there is the agenda up on the screen. So you'll see we have a packed schedule this morning, and again, we want to respect all of our presenters' time, so we'll be moving through it pretty quickly. I'll start with my opening statement, and then Senator Block will start with you, and we'll go right down the row. I'd like to tell you what failing looks like. It looks like Jaden Garcia, a 16-year-old boy who died by suicide in a congregate care facility last year, a death so troubling that it triggered a full Attorney General investigation into this agency. It looks like a blind, nonverbal 16-year-old girl who starved to death after 7 separate CYFD referrals over 5 years. That was 7 chances to save her. And when her mother was sentenced to prison for it, CYFD staff petitioned to let her out and give her back her other children. It looks like a 15-year-old boy, an American citizen, born and raised here, driven by CYFD staff to the border at El Paso, and told to walk into Mexico alone in the dark to find a mother with an alleged history of abusing him. He said on the record he did not want to go. New Mexico law gives children this age a say in decisions just like this. Nobody listened to him. He didn't even make it to the other side. He tried to walk back into the US. He's still in Mexico as far as we know, and this state does not have eyes on him. We do not know what has happened to him at this point. It looks like 9 children dead in foster care last year alone, and 10 more who nearly died. And a department that, according to the Attorney General's own investigation, met transparency laws with delay, deflection, and the misuse of confidentiality statutes meant to protect our children, not the agency's reputation. This is not a department with a few rough edges. It's a system in crisis. We have a dedicated caseworker doing hard work, or many dedicated caseworkers doing hard work under impossible conditions. I don't question their commitment. But good people cannot outrun a broken system. And it's not fair to them or these children. We cannot continue to keep pretending otherwise. So today we're going to ask the hard questions. Are children safer today than they were 5 years ago? Are families getting services that actually reduce abuse and neglect? Are children finding permanent and stable foster homes? Are taxpayers getting results for what they've invested? These aren't attacks. This is what oversight is for. New Mexico has poured money into this agency, more appropriations, more programs, more staff, and I support investing in child welfare. But spending is not the same as success. The measures of this agency is not about budget. It's about outcomes. Faster response times, lower caseloads, stronger foster families, fewer repeat cases of abuse, more children in safe and permanent homes. Every dollar spent badly is a dollar that didn't go to the caseworker who needed training, a foster family that needed support, the teenager waiting for behavioral health care, the infant who needed a safe place to sleep tonight. Fiscal responsibility and child protection are not 2 different fights. They're the same fight. What we need now is we don't need another press release. We need clear performance measures, real transparency, not the kind CYFD has been sued over. Regular reporting to this legislature so that we know not just how the money moved, but whether children are actually safer because of it. The people of New Mexico deserve to know their tax dollars are managed well. The children in CYFD's care deserve far more than that. They deserve a system built around their safety and well-being, not the agency's convenience. Our job is not to appropriate money and look away. Our job is to make sure that money does what it's supposed to do. Give every child in this state the chance to grow up safe, secure, and headed towards a better future. That's what today is for, and I thank you for being here. Senator Black.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my fellow senators on the task force. Today is going to be a tough day. you are gonna hear some stories that are gonna be just gut-wrenching and horrific. And I hope you carry those stories with you. Thank you for convening this hearing on the future of New Mexico's Children, Youth, and Families Department. Looking forward to hearing the stories of people who have been through the system for many years and to hear what they think can help them and help those that are in the system today. Every child who comes into contact with CYFD has already experienced some level of trauma, instability, abuse, or neglect. These kids don't enter the system because life has gone according to plan. It's the opposite. They enter because the adults, just remember that for a minute, it's the adults, it's not the children's fault. The adults responsible for their care have been unwilling or unable to provide a safe and stable home. That reality should guide every decision we make as policymakers, but unfortunately it doesn't. The fundamental question before us is simple. Who is our child welfare system designed to serve? Well, the answer should be equally simple, the child. Yet too often, our laws, our policies, and our procedures become consumed by competing interests. Bureaucratic requirements, litigation, stupid political partisan games, agency processes, or the understandable desire to reunify families whenever possible, which is something I think we all agree with, as long as that family is in good standing to protect the child. While family preservation is an important goal, it cannot become the goal when it conflicts with the safety and well-being of the child. And I think we've seen a lot of failures in New Mexico with that. Many states have made this principle explicit by requiring that the best interests of the child serve as the controlling legal standard in child welfare decisions. New Mexico has an opportunity to do the same. And by the way, New Mexico has had many opportunities to reform and help CYFD, but it has failed. During the last legislative session, our colleague, Senator Crystal Brantley, proposed Senate Bill 67 to make the child's best interest in the primary and controlling standard in abuse and neglect proceedings, placing the child's health, safety, and well-being above competing considerations. Although the bill did not become law, it raised an important policy question that deserves continued discussion and conversation. At least it should be. Unfortunately, many times the Republican voices have been stomped out and silenced. This is not a partisan principle, it is common sense. The other side has made it partisan. When a judge decides custody, when CYFD determines placement, when reunification plans are developed, or when permanency decisions are made, the first question should never be, what is easiest for the system? Nor should it be, what outcome do the adults prefer? The first question should always be, once again, this is a common theme here you'll hear, what outcome is truly in the best interest of this child, very precious child? That means protecting children from repeated exposure to abuse or neglect. It means recognizing that every month a child spends in uncertainty is a month of childhood that can never be recovered. It means understanding that safety, stability, permanence, and healthy development are not competing priorities. They are the foundation every child deserves to build a successful life upon. Parents have constitutional rights. We love those. And families should be preserved whenever they can safely be preserved. We want that. But parental rights exist alongside parental responsibilities. When those responsibilities are repeatedly abandoned, the child's right to safety, stability, and a permanent home must prevail. Too many times children are put back in dangerous environments with the family. That needs to stop. As legislators, we have an obligation to ensure that New Mexico's child welfare laws reflect that principle with clarity and consistency. The measure of a successful child welfare system is not the number of cases it processes or the number of services it provides. It is whether children are safer, healthier, and more likely to grow up in permanent, loving homes. Republicans have provided many solutions over the years, and I appreciate the Democrats coming out yesterday and finally talking about this after years that they've been in charge of the state government. However, the Democrats keep silencing our voice by not hearing our bills in committee. Remember that one. That is the standard we should demand of CYFD. The standard our laws should reinforce for children to grow up in healthier, loving homes. And most importantly, that is the standard New Mexico's children should always deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to today's testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Senators. Thank you for holding today's hearing on reforms children, youth, and families. I've worked for years, Madam Secretary, thank you for being here. Since 2012, we've been on this topic on trying to find the good and the bad in CYFD. Like my colleague, I'm surprised that my colleagues on the other side have come out with answers without talking to the real leadership in the room. I appreciate everyone coming today because we're looking for real answers for what's happened in CYFD. When we talk about protecting children, our first obligation should be to ask the simple question, how do we save lives of children who are most vulnerable? So some newborns, the greatest danger exists in the first hours after birth. In the moments of fear, desperation, and crisis, some of the parents believe they have nowhere to turn. The consequence can be tragic, not because it's unavailable, but because it's inaccessible, unknown, or perceived unsafe. As you know, we've seen newborns abandoned in trash dumpsters and porta potties and elsewhere in this state. That's why I've long pushed for New Mexico to embrace the expanded use of safe haven baby boxes. These secure climate-controlled devices provide legal, safe, and anonymous way for the parent to surrender the newborn without fear of confrontation or public exposure. They're not a substitute for parenting, adoption, or family support. They're the last resort option designed to ensure that a child is given the opportunity to live rather than be abandoned in an unsafe place. Just as important, we should preserve the autonomy that makes these programs effective. A parent facing overwhelming crisis may choose a safe surrender only if they're confident that their identity will remain protected as provided by law. If we weaken that protection, we risk discouraging the very people that the safe haven system is intended to reach. Currently, CYFD believes they're compelled by state law to hunt down the parents who surrender their babies. When these parents are found, they may face consequences. But our priority should be the saving the life, not creating additional barriers for someone making a difficult but responsible decision. Now, expanding safe haven baby boxes does not mean abandoning efforts to strengthen families. We can and should continue investing in adoption services, maternal health, and behavioral health treatment. We also need to look at community support for the parents, but we should also recognize that despite those resources, there will always be a rare and heartbreaking situation in which a parent cannot care for a newborn. In those moments, the state has a moral responsibility to ensure that every parent has access to safe, legal, and anonymous alternatives that protects the life of the child. As we consider reforms in CYFD, we should view safe haven baby boxes as one part of the broader commitment to child protection, one that values prevention over tragedy, compassion over judgment, and life over loss. Every child in New Mexico deserves a chance to grow up in a safe and loving home. Every parent in crisis should know that there's a safe, lawful option available, and every New Mexican should support policies that make choosing life easier, safer, and more certain. I look forward to today's testimony and to working with my colleagues to ensure that New Mexico's child welfare system protects our most vulnerable. These children need protection from the moment that they take their first breath, and we need to do it now. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I appreciate all our expert witness for today. I'm eager for the completion of the day. Thank you.
I have fairly lengthy opening statement here that I was planning on reading. My colleagues to the left have taken up a substantial portion of the time, so I'm going to ad-lib my opinions briefly. Now, we're here to talk about CYFD and the failures of that organization. But I hold the opinion that the failures go deeper than state government. Are these abused and neglected kids merely symptoms of a deeper problem? The deeper problem being the public policy that discourages the formation of nuclear families. The public policy that encourages the disintegration of nuclear families. The state is not a very good vehicle to raise children. There is very simply no substitute for responsible and accountable parents. And our public policy with respect to housing, with respect to benefits, with respect to tax benefits, does not encourage nuclear families to exist. We are moving in the wrong direction, and as a consequence, hurting those children. We've got to do something to make CYFD better. But we also have to do something to encourage families to raise their kids responsibly. And I'll look forward to those conversations also. Thank you.
Madam Chair and colleagues, thank you, and thank you for those strong words and statements. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I appreciate everyone that's here to participate. It speaks well of your heartfelt interest in what we're going to address today and in the days to come. Our first objective should be to make sure every child has the chance to grow up safe, stable, and loving environment, whether it's their own family or a permanent adoptive home. But we also have the responsibility to acknowledge reality. Not every child entering CYFD's custody is an infant or a young child in need of early interventions. Many are teenagers who have endured years of abuse and neglect, trauma, substance abuse, and family instability, even involvement in the juvenile justice system. Some struggle with serious behavioral health challenges. Others have been exploited, trafficked, and have repeatedly run away from placements. Some have committed delinquent acts themselves. These young people deserve our compassion, not our wishful thinking, and not our judgment. Over the past decade, child welfare policy across the country has increasingly favored family-based placement while viewing congregate care as something to be avoided. That shift was well intended. For many children, especially younger children, a family setting is unquestionably the best environment. But one size does not fit all and does not serve every child. For some teenagers with complex needs, well-managed congregate care setting can provide the structure, stability, clinical treatment, educational support, and consistent supervision that simply cannot be replicated in every foster home. It can offer trained professionals available around the clock, coordinated behavioral health services, peer accountability, and a therapeutic environment designed to prepare young people for a successful adulthood. The question should never be whether congregate care is good or bad. The question should be whether we are matching the right child with the right level of care. When congregate care is used appropriately, with clear treatment goals, strong oversight, qualified staff, and a focus transitioning youth into a less restrictive setting whenever appropriate, it can change lives. It can stabilize the teenager who has cycled through multiple failure placements. It can keep youth connected to school, treatment, and positive adult mentors. Most importantly, it can provide hope to young people who have experienced very little consistency and hope in their lives. We should not allow ideology to prevent us from using every evidence-informed tool available to help children in our state custody. Nor should we allow concerns about isolated failures to overshadow programs that are succeeding in helping some of our most vulnerable youth. Our responsibility is not to defend a particular placement method or model. Our responsibility is to produce better outcomes. If a foster family is the right answer, we should support it wholeheartedly. If kinship care is the right answer, we should strengthen that. If adoption is possible, we should pursue it aggressively. And when a teenager require structured therapeutic residential setting, we should ensure that that option is available with high quality and accountability. The measure of success is not where the child is placed. The measure of success is whether that child leaves our care safer, healthier, more educated, more emotionally resilient, and better prepared for an independent life. This is the standard New Mexico should expect from our CYFD, and that is the discussion I hope for today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senators, for thoughtful and strong opening statements. And our first presenter this morning will be Dawn Walters with the New Mexico Office of the Child Advocate. Dawn? No, there you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Dawn.
Good morning, Senators. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today with you and for including the Office of the Child Advocate in this important and ongoing conversation about the future of child welfare in New Mexico. I've had the opportunity to meet with some of you individually outside of this, but this is really my first opportunity in this role as state child advocate to speak publicly with legislators about the work of the office, what I've learned so far, and where I think we can go from here. I want to start by emphasizing something that I think is incredibly important, and it's fundamental to my approach to this position and an essential part of why I took the position. Child safety and child well-being is not and should not be a partisan or a political issue. I'm grateful to see legislators and stakeholders across the political spectrum focused on improving this system. The office was created to be independent and nonpartisan, and I'm committed to working with anyone who wants to improve the system, regardless of their affiliation or where they stand. I think that there will certainly be differences of opinion on how we get there and how we should do things, but I also think that there is tremendous common ground, and that children, we all agree that children need to be safe, that families need to be supported, and that the systems need to work the way that we intend them to. The legislature designed this office to occupy a unique position in the child welfare system. You're going to hear me say this over and over. We are independent, impartial, and nonpartisan. The office does not represent or speak for or replace any one party, whether that's CYFD, parents, foster parents, or any other individual. Our responsibility is to look independently at what is happening, determine whether the system is functioning as it should, help resolve those problems when we can, and ultimately make and identify opportunities for systemic improvement. And so for this office to be effective, people have to trust that when the Office of the Child Advocate comes forward and raises a concern, that we've done our homework and that we're being fair. So my goal is to build an office that is credible, thoughtful, and relentlessly child-focused. I want to take a moment to look back on how we arrived here. The legislature created this office through House Bill 5 in 2025. I know it had been introduced multiple times beforehand. A bipartisan selection committee conducted the selection process. The governor appointed me in January, and then the Senate confirmed me in February. And I think that's really important to highlight because independence and bipartisan credibility were built into this from the get-go. And I want to make sure that we keep that in sight. So today is day 135 of being in office. So that's 135 days of building a new government office, essentially from the ground up, while simultaneously beginning to do the very necessary and important work of supporting children and families and doing what the office was in fact created to do. I want to acknowledge the administrative support that I've received from the Department of Justice. I'm incredibly grateful to them. I think it's really important to differentiate that I am administratively attached to them, and they've been so helpful with, especially around IT, purchasing, providing me space, and HR. But they've also been incredibly respectful of the independence of the office. So on day one, I started in the office. I started with those fundamentals, so budget, organizational structure, creating a staffing plan, figuring out office space for the eventual team, and figuring out all the technological pieces that would be needed to support the office. So right now, we're actively hiring for 7 positions to join me. I'm very excited about that, and we've received hundreds of applications, and they're still open. We have secured a complaint management database system, which I designed. I've continued to modify that intake structure and what's being tracked as I learn about the work and see things in real time. We've developed policies, procedures, a screening tool and matrix, a public-facing complaint email inbox, branding, and the infrastructure for a website and toll-free hotline, and I anticipate that those will be live in the very near future. And one of the most significant operational pieces has been establishing how the office and how I will receive information and records, particularly from CYFD. An independent ombuds office only works if the office can obtain timely and complete information. So I've spent a significant amount of the first 135 days trying to work with the department on those record requests and information sharing processes. I drafted and provided a proposed MOU to the department in early June, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to work on that and reach an agreement in the near future. Another big piece of the last 135 days has been engagement and professional development. So at the same time that we've been building the office and that infrastructure, the work has not waited. I was receiving complaints, I want to say on day 4, the day my email inbox was live. Since that time, I've received more than 170 questions, concerns, complaints, requests for information, and case-specific issues, and many of those have been answered with a phone call and some information, but many others have led to advocacy, monitoring, further review, or investigation. So that's given me the opportunity to build the office based on not just what I thought that this would look like, but on what people are actually bringing to us. And one of the things I hear consistently, I think I am turned around here, my apologies. Go to the next, I apologize. I want to also highlight one of the important pieces that the Act requires is for us to highlight what training we're utilizing. So in trying to look at best practices for the office and ensure that New Mexico is following those, I've connected with offices of child advocates statewide. I've met directly with about 7 and talked with many more, and I've reviewed their statutes. I'll be joining them later this month at the US OA's annual conference and new ombudsperson training, so very much looking forward to that. So as the office has been built and working through those operations and talking with individuals, we've been able to establish a workflow for what that help will look like. And I think one of the most important pieces is listening. Like I mentioned before, some of these issues can be resolved with a phone call and a listening ear. I think a lot of people in the system don't feel like they're being heard or know where to go to ask questions. Some of those turn into matters that require review, advocacy with the department or other stakeholders, ongoing monitoring of the situation or a formal investigation. Ultimately, I hope that the office will be a resource to help resolve issues both case specifically and systemically, and then to serve as a resource not only to the families and to the constituents, but also to the legislature and the governor. And I think an important part of the office is being able to say when something works. That's equally as important as being able to publicly say when something does not work. I think it's also incredibly important to clarify my relationship, or the office's relationship, to the New Mexico Department of Justice's report that they released in April. Although we're administratively attached, I was not working in this role when the DOJ was conducting their investigation and writing that report, so that preceded my time in the office. However, many of the things, I've reviewed it, of course, and many of the things that are noted are issues that I'm independently observing and hearing about through my work. And so I want to talk a little bit about what I have been observing. And at 135 days in, I don't think it would be responsible for me to sit here and to offer, sweeping conclusions or recommendations about what is an extraordinarily complicated and complex problem and system. I'm still gathering information and building the office and distinguishing individual problems from systemic ones. However, there has been enough time to see some patterns. One of those things that's become very clear is that it's not just CYFD, but the entire child welfare system. And I think that's something I heard each of you mention in your openings today. I know we frequently talk about CYFD as the system, but it's just probably the most well-known piece of the system. Children's experiences are shaped by so many things other than CYFD, whether that's the court, their attorney, their CASA, their service providers, services and placements or a lack thereof, and many other pieces. So any breakdown in that can impact the outcome for a child. Something I hear consistently, regardless of whether it's a parent who ultimately had their child returned to them, or a foster parent who was ultimately able to adopt the child they've been caring for, or anyone else, regardless of the outcome, is that this system is not only extraordinarily difficult to navigate and to understand who's who and who's doing what, but it's also extremely traumatic. One of the values I grew up with is to leave things better than you found them, and it's my experience and my observation in listening to many people that regardless of the outcome in their case, they don't feel like they have ended up better. That they feel like they are worse for the situation and for the experience with the system, and that's something I very much hope to change. Another thing I heard this morning, and I want to echo and support, is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach, and I do really want to ensure that we're focusing on each individual child and each individual case and what fits their particularized needs. And so, you know, in looking at those observations, there are certainly some friction points and some patterns, and I don't think that these will necessarily be surprising to anyone listening or watching. One of the most important things that comes up over and over again is communication. People don't know what is happening. They don't understand why decisions were made, if they even know what the decision was, and they don't know what to expect, who they're supposed to hear from, or what's going to happen next. And so that might sound really insignificant. You know, saying communication, we need to work on that. That might sound really insignificant compared to many of the issues we do hear about, but ultimately poor communication compounds every challenge in the system and ultimately leads to worse outcomes for children. I also, in my experience, find that people would rather have information, even if it's not something that they agree with or want to hear, than to not know what's happening. Some of the friction points I see are around safety planning and what goes on during investigations. I often see that temporary safety plans turn into prolonged, ongoing arrangements, and there isn't sufficient clarity or legal authority or support. Additionally, I think it won't be a surprise that there are concerns with having an appropriate capacity for placements, and that's not just in the number of placements, but placements that are not willing to serve in that capacity any longer due to how they're experiencing the system. Another friction point I see or hear about almost daily is adults or relatives in children's lives who are safe and appropriate. They want to remain involved with children, but they're just not able to get information or to get returned calls, and ultimately, you know, they're deterred from participating. I think part of that connects with the belief around confidentiality. I think part of that connects to communication, but ultimately, if we could find a way to improve things around encouraging, you know, appropriate adult engagement with children in the system, I think we would see significantly better outcomes. And lastly, one of the friction points I see is a lack of transparency around decision-making, particularly when it comes to sudden non-emergency placement changes. So children being moved from one placement to another without adequate notice to the child or to the foster parents and without an adequate understanding. And what I see is even if it was an appropriate reason for that move, it's traumatic. So that leads me into opportunities for improvement. Today is, you know, the first of many conversations I hope to have with you all about this. I think it's important to note that sometimes it's the law that needs to change, sometimes the existing law is good and it's just the implementation or the training or the communication that needs to change. There are some immediate opportunities that I think we could work on addressing with or without legislation. One of the questions I'm frequently asked is if I think the language in the Children's Code needs to change to better prioritize children's well-being and best interests. I think the language is there. I think it's very clear, but I think that coming together as a system and clarifying and truly understanding what that means and then training that from the top down. I don't expect that every person working in the system is an attorney and is reading the code themselves, and so I think it's important how it's communicated and trained to them. Some of the other pieces I think are incredibly, you know, things that could be worked on are improving communication, particularly around next steps and expectations in investigations, having clearly defined timelines and clearly defined safety plans, and clear ways of going about gathering information and performing trauma-informed questioning of families. The last two pieces are pieces that may require legislation, but I do think that they come up frequently. One of them is clarifying, you know, what exactly children can decide or consent to or not consent to at age 14. Another piece of that is looking at funding for kinship guardians. So those are relatives who obtain guardianship or custody outside of CYFD. they don't have the same access to financial benefits as individuals who go through CYFD do, and I think that's important. And I heard mention of safe haven this morning, and that's also on my list of things that I think could be easily addressed with legislation. It sounds like from my research thus far, most folks are on the same page. I also, think that I am grateful that HB 5 was passed last year, and now that I'm in the role, I think that there are some opportunities for improving and strengthening HB 5 so that this office can do what it was intended to do. I've researched how other offices of the child advocate work nationwide, and I've read through their enabling statutes. There are some things, in other states that I think would work very well here. One of them is requiring meaningful communication and cooperation between the Office of the Child Advocate and then the Child Protection Agency and other stakeholders. So that could look like requiring regular meetings, a way to escalate time-sensitive issues, requiring written responses to concerns and recommendations that the Office of the Child Advocate sends. One of the things I think is most key for me at this point is a change that would require real-time direct electronic access to CYFD's records. At this point, if I get a call about a case, I don't have any information about that case other than what that complainant tells me. Although I will note that the Supreme Court and the administration of the courts was able to get me docket access in the last 2 weeks, which has been life-changing. However, having access to CYFD's records in real time so that I could look at things and review things and answer in real time to families would be crucial. Additionally, other states do include subpoena power and the ability to hold informal hearings and for the Office of the Child Advocate to intervene in abuse neglect hearings. And I want to highlight that the purpose of those things, of proposing those additional mechanisms, it's not to run CYFD or to accumulate power. It's really just to ensure that this office has the ability to do what it needs to do and has a toolbox. So I look forward to working with all of you to ensure that the office does have those tools necessary, because otherwise we're stunted in how we're able to best help. And so from here, I think I don't want to leave this sounding, negative. I'm very excited that we will keep building this office. I want to ensure that this office is credible, accessible to everyone, independent, and built to last for many years. I have 6 years in this position, but I want this to be something that sustains in New Mexico beyond my time. We will keep listening to all of the people we're hearing from statewide. We'll use that information to identify individual issues and larger patterns, and then we're going to do something with that information. So we've talked about some of those solutions. Some of that will require change within CYFD or within other stakeholders like the courts or attorneys. Some of it may require additional legislative action, and some of it will just require communication and working together and thinking about things differently. I don't expect that I or this office can solve things by ourselves or immediately, but I do think that we can serve as that independent resource, and we can help solve problems before they become crises. We can identify patterns that might otherwise go unseen and then bring people together. So at day 135, we're just getting started, but I very much look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you so much. That was a really great overview of what you've seen so far and your objectives. Before I ask questions, senators, do any of you have questions you'd like to start off with? Senator Scott?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don, with 170 contacts so far, you don't have much of a database to work with at this point. But in these early stages, are you able to detect family circumstances that form a pattern for these abuse and neglect cases?
Madam Chair and Senator, that's an excellent question. I think that each of those 170 calls and concerns has been distinct. We do have a database where we're tracking many things, including, who the complainant or the constituent is, what their relationship is to a case, where that is occurring in the state, what stage of the case it's in. There are a number of factors, and almost every time I get a new case, I think, oh, that's a new thing that we should be looking at. And so it's been a really helpful learning process as I both take the calls and form the database at the same time. I do think that there are a lot of, patterns that I'm seeing as far as family circumstances. However, it would be pretty diverse to go through today, and I don't have that data in front of me. I think a lot of individuals I'm hearing from are relatives who have had children put in their care, perhaps informally as a safety plan, or what was supposed to be, what was supposed to result in kinship guardianship, and they don't have direction or supports. I'll also say that I receive perhaps a surprising number of calls about custody cases where there are parents or guardians who are disputing the safety of the other parent and making CYFD reports while there is also an ongoing separate domestic relations case. So I'm seeing a lot of those. And I appreciate that Senator Wilson, I believe, was who referenced older youth in the system. I get a lot of calls about needs for support for older youth who may be freed for adoption and have been in the system for quite some time without a direct path forward.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to refer back to your slide that said legislative change to House Bill 5.
Mm-hmm.
Two of your points there refer to communication. And I even think in some of your earlier comments, you talked about communication. And, communication is almost the root of all evil. Where things break down in any organization, in any structure, formally or informally, it's a communication issue. And if you can fix that, then you can fix some other things. But can you share in a little more detail what you mean by those communications as you work with other agencies and all of the players within the child welfare system?
Yes, Madam Chair, Senators, another excellent question. So this is a new office, and I should turn on my microphone. A large piece of this being a new office has been trying to make connections with the various other state agencies with similar missions and with other stakeholders. Many people aren't familiar necessarily with the legislation or with the establishment of the office, so I've been reaching out to introduce myself and make those connections. One of the early fun challenges was that because I have a new and separate email domain, I'm not under the state of New Mexico, I'm not under the Department of Justice, security controls were blocking all of my emails and my attachments. And so I thought, oh, everyone's just ignoring me. But it was actually some technological issues that we were able to address in large part thanks to the Department of, thanks to Do It and thanks to the NMDOJ's IT department. I have been requesting meetings with various stakeholders so that we can talk about that collaboration. For example, just this week, I was able to meet with Albuquerque Public Schools, with their director of homeless and foster student, the director who oversees that program, as well as the superintendent and a few other people. I've been able to meet with Albuquerque Police Department, ECECD, many others. CASAs around the state have been incredibly collaborative. I've been reaching out to CYFD too because they're, a primary piece of this. And so we've been, like I mentioned, I've drafted an MOU and we've met a couple of times to talk about the processes.
Thank you for that. I can relate to what you say. You've been on the job 135 days. That's about the same amount of time I've been a senator, so we're on a learning curve. But as I've done my homework to prepare for today, that is one issue that's been brought to my attention multiple times, is lack of communication, whether it's child welfare or the judiciary system. And as I look at it, I mean, some technical issues obviously, but people's willingness to talk and have conversations, and I hope that's something that we can work through I mean, effective communication can't be legislated. You've got to have willing and the right people in those positions to carry forward, so thank you.
Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Walters, thank you for being here. Who do you report to?
The legislature and the constituents of New Mexico, Madam Chair and Senators.
But who's your boss? Is it the legislature? You're independent, you were nominated by the governor, but do you work for CYFD, do you work for the Attorney General, or who do you have to report to somebody, do you not?
Madam Chair and Senators, that's an excellent question and something I'm asked frequently.
You mean you don't know who you work for?
I think that I work for the legislature and the constituents of New Mexico. This was created to be a nonpartisan, independent ombuds office. It was specifically not put under the governor as an executive.
I understand it. Just from an organizational standpoint, I'm trying to understand, you work for the legislature. Who in the legislature do you work for?
The act requires me to put out an annual report with my findings and recommendations annually to the legislature, the nation's pueblos and tribes, the governor, and other stakeholders. I'm administratively attached to the Department of Justice. However, the act is specific that all decisions would be independent.
So sorry to cut you off, I want to be quick here. Is your job done with the new administration comes in and the new governor appoints someone else, or are you staying on?
Madam Chair and Senators, the act has me in office through, I believe, the end of 2031. So each child's advocate has a 6-year term.
Okay, all right, and then that can either be extended by the governor to go through the nominating process again? I'm just trying to understand real quick your position.
Madam Chair and Senators, that's a piece of the legislation that I think could be clarified, but based on my reading of it, at the end of my 6-year term, there would have to be another selection process
Right.
and appointment.
Don't take this the wrong way. I'm just curious. How do we remove you?
Well, it's only a day 135.
No, not you, but I mean, someone down the road. How do they remove the person in charge of your office?
The act specifically indicates that this person can only be removed from office by the Attorney General for misfeasance, malfeasance, or abuse of office. I believe that had been a change and that it had been proposed in other ways. And talking with other states, the purpose is to protect or to insulate this position from changes in administration or partisanship as much as possible, so that the office can put forth recommendations and observations even if they're not necessarily popular.
Okay. I don't really understand that. I don't think I like it, but I mean, I voted for you for your confirmation, so I'm just trying to understand how this office works. So don't take offense to that, okay? On your slide, we built this city, or we built this in 135 days. You talked about a 24-hour toll-free hotline. When is that coming online?
So it won't necessarily be 24 hours. It will be a toll-free hotline. Right now, I have a work cell phone that's been...
but real quick, just when will it be up and running?
We have the Microsoft Teams license for it. We're in process of buying what they call...
When will it be up and running for the public?
I would say the 1-800 number will be up within, I would say, the next 30 days, but my phone number has been available since
How many people will be manning that number? Is it just one person manning the number?
The way that I've structured the staffing plan and organizational chart now is that there will be one intake person who will be prioritizing and triaging the voicemails and emails and then assigning them out to the team of 3 investigators.
Is that during business hours and weekends, or?
Yes, that is during business hours and weekends, Madam Chair and Senators.
Got it. Okay. Just real quick. I'm just looking for quick answers to my colleague to the right here. Further down, you talk about professional development and training, this Ombudsman Association. Does that help? Does that program help the children in CYFD, being a member of the ombudsman?
Madam Chair and Senators, ultimately the USOA is a professional organization for me and for the staff, and so indirectly, yes, it will benefit and serve the children because it will adequately train and prepare staff to serve in this new role as a child and family ombuds office.
Okay, so are they getting certified through that, and if so, when?
Madam Chair and Senators, there's not necessarily a certification process through the USOA. I'm attending the new Ombuds Office training myself on August 31st and September 1st.
Do you get a certificate that you've been through this and then you're good?
Madam Chair and Senators, no, there isn't necessarily a certificate. I've been working to put together what I will have as a training and certification program for my staff. That will be a combination of many resources, including those from the USOA.
All right, let's talk about that one offline, okay?
Sure.
Can understand that better? You know, you said something real interesting. I used to say as commander in the Air Force, you want to leave the place better than you found it. And the one thing I don't see mentioned in here is, well, how do you know you're doing that? What are you doing for metrics right now to let the public know this office is making a difference in these areas, and maybe it's not making a difference in these areas, so it can help policymakers? Very briefly, please.
Madam Chair and Senators, I'm working on developing performance tracking matrices. Some of those performance metrics will be looking at, you know, if cases are able to be resolved and how long that takes. This is day 135, so it's still very much a work in progress, and without adequate information from other
When do you think
stakeholders.
your metrics are going to be codified and finalized? And will they be on the website for the public? Say yes.
Madam Chair and Senators, yes, certainly policies and procedures will be available online, and that's something that will be worked through. I think one of the key takeaways I've gotten from other
And
states.
metrics, right?
And metrics, yes.
Okay, all right. So you don't know when those are going to be finalized yet? You can tell me, you can get back with me. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I just want to know, okay?
Certainly, Madam Chair and Senators, that's something that I will certainly keep the legislature updated
Okay.
on.
All right, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. On opportunities for improvement here, it says adding additional investigation outcome. What does that mean?
Madam Chair and Senators, that's an excellent question. So currently, if a report is made to CYFD and it's screened in for investigation, ultimately it's either considered to be substantiated or unsubstantiated. This is something that is in the NMDOJ report, and I think has been discussed since I moved to New Mexico in 2023. Just frequently things are determined to be unsubstantiated. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't evidence to support it. It may mean that there was a lack of ability to contact the family or something else occurred. And so adding another outcome or disposition would allow for clarity of whether something was truly
So it was unsubstantiated, but it did meet a certain threshold. Is that fair to say?
I think, Madam Chair and Senators, right now unsubstantiated could mean a variety of things. And my hope in making this recommendation that I think is shared by the NMDOJ and others is that having multiple.
Okay, let me ask it this way. The investigation, the outcomes, are they based on objective criteria or subjective criteria or both?
Madam Chair and Senators, they are to be based on credible evidence that's.
So objective.
Yes, objective evidence. But right now, you know, if there's an investigation and the department isn't able to make contact with the family because there are only two options, that will show is unsubstantiated,
Okay.
not necessarily
That's a good answer.
inclusive.
You're doing good. Last bullet on there, funding for kinship guardianship. Is that a recommendation, and is adoption part of your recommendation?
Madam Chair and Senators, yes. I think that might be a longer explanation than we have time for. Certainly, yes, adoption is one of the permanency outcomes that we hope to see in child welfare cases. When I reference kinship guardianship, that is when relatives outside of the CYFD system ultimately end up caring for their children without supports. There was a pilot program, I believe, through legislation in 2025. I remember working with Representative Herrera on that, where it was piloted for funding for grandparents who were caring for their grandchildren without CYFD support to ensure that they had financial support. That's been a significant barrier.
Okay, all right, we'll talk about that one more. Lastly, on investigations, who's in charge of the investigations? Is it the Attorney General or is it CYFD real quick?
Madam
Or
Chair,
the local police department, county sheriff?
Madam Chair and Senators, I think if it's a law enforcement investigation, that would be through the local law enforcement. A child abuse or neglect investigation that's called into CYFD and screened in for investigation would be conducted by CYFD personnel, by the investigations.
Okay, and then who has the authority to delay or stop or those investigations? Do you have the authority to stop investigations or not?
Madam Chair and Senators, I'm not sure that I do not have that authority, and I'm not sure that I fully understand the question. Maybe we can talk offline about that one as well.
I'm just curious, who's in charge of the investigation and who has the authority of that investigation? I want to make sure no one can stop an investigation or delay an investigation that may be harming a child in a situation that is detrimental to their health and safety. That was all I was asking. Fair?
Yes, in that case, it's the department who's conducting their abuse and neglect investigations.
Okay. Ms. Walters, thank you so much. You did fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for having me.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Walters. I love the discussion. I just wanted to ask on so I've been working on the Budman case for years. When I first asked for it, I did not want to have interference with CYFD. I wanted a window in to evaluate CYFD. So I appreciate what you're doing. If I understand right, this Abundant Association, what it is looking is for best practices nationwide. So we'll be able to see what's happening in Arizona, for instance. They have a lot of opportunity there. Arizona's successful in implementing it's a greater transparency. But I think as you go through your training, we'll be able to see things that are valuable in other states to bring them here to try to correct what's going on in our state. Would that be a fair statement?
Madam Chair and Senators, yes, that is correct. Many of the leadership of the USOA are state child advocates themselves in other states. So I will be learning from the very best on how to establish an Office of the Child Advocate, but also hear about recommendations and practices that have benefited the child welfare system in those states.
Well, thank you for that. And then it goes back to the conversation you were talking about real-time access for the current case. Do you perceive that right now that it's confidentiality issue? So early on, I'd asked CYFD to redact anything that they didn't want me to see, but to give the public information. And I'm wondering if you not being able to get real-time access, if that would be where we're at as far as them looking at everything being confidential, because they've abused that wording just to be able to protect themselves and not give information out. I'm just wondering if that's the area where you're getting pushback.
Madam Chair and Senator Gallegos, thank you for that question. I do agree that confidentiality and the interpretation of confidentiality around these cases is problematic. I don't think it's leading necessarily to the issue the Office of the Child Advocate is having. The Act, HB 5, was very clear, and there is a provision that indicates that the office shall have all information, records, and documents that CYFD has or is entitled to have, including third-party records. So I think that the Act itself is clear. I think the interpretation comes down to, if I request records today and CYFD gives me records in 3 weeks, technically that is having access to the information, but I think it's really a difference of access on paper versus access in practice. I may receive the information at some point, but I can't timely or effectively do my job. So the request I think it comes down to practically how we set up that electronic access. CYFD is a database. You've probably heard of it referred to as FACS, and it will transition to Impact later this month. Every state has a similar type of database, And every state that I've spoken to with an Office of the Child Advocate has direct real-time electronic access where they themselves can go into their state child welfare agency's database and review the records without having to make a call or wait for many weeks. So unfortunately, I don't think that that is a confidentiality concern. I think that the law did very well there in clarifying that. I think it's a matter of getting that into place and getting agreement from the department.
Maybe technology. So I'll finalize with this. I appreciate that because I want to make sure you're not hampered because you are our voice into CYFD. We need to make sure you have access. On your opportunity for improvement, have you looked at legislation that we might need to be able to help you with these items?
Madam Chair and Senators, yes. I have. I've been making, redlined amendments to HB 5 that I think would be beneficial, and I've also looked at past legislation where some of these things come up. I'm hopeful that some of these issues may be addressed without legislation first, but certainly, yes, and I look forward to working with you all on how to best address these issues through law changes if necessary.
Thank you. I just want to extend ourselves. If you need help with that, we'd be willing to partner with you. I like the nonpartisan part of it. So if you get a Republican and Democrat in the room to actually deal with the real issue, we'd be there for you. So thank you all. Yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for answering all those questions, Don. I'll try not to be a drill sergeant with my questioning to you. So first off, you mentioned that you met with Superintendent Blakely with APS, I think just this week or last week. I've been a champion of resolving the issues that we have around transportation for children in foster care and with CYFD. Can you talk to us about that? Did you talk about that specific topic with the superintendent and what were the outcomes?
Madam Chair, that's an excellent question, and that is an issue I too am very passionate about. It's something that I worked on when I was in Pennsylvania, and it's also something that I worked on when I was at CYFD. That was not necessarily the key focus of my meeting with APS this week. It was really establishing that relationship between APS and our office, discussing how records and information could be shared and ultimately how we could work together. That is one of the things that we did put on the list for regular and ongoing meetings. And afterward, I was able to meet with Crystal Wilson, who's the director over their program, who oversees ESSA, the implementation of ESSA and transportation for children in foster care. We recognize that that's something that needs to continue to be worked on, and I'm grateful for APS and other school districts' collaboration in that area.
Thank you for that. I can tell you, I recall last year this time at the beginning of the school year, I think there were around 200 children, if memory serves me, that were not even registered for school. Those foster parents, those placements, they did not even have the proper documentation to register those children for school. It's a massive challenge. And then of course, if you could speak to caseworkers and their caseload, which I think up to this point has been absolutely overwhelming for these caseworkers, which then trickles into the foster families and obviously the children's well-being and access to support. So with caseworker caseload, is that entering into what you've discovered so far with transportation issues? And what's your best idea of how we resolve that outside of me bringing forward the same legislation as last year? Go ahead.
Yes. Madam Chair, thank you for that question. I do share that observation that there are frequently difficulties with not having young people registered for school at the beginning of the school year. I think in part that could be explained by a caseworker's load or not knowing about the appropriate process. CYFD does have an educational stability team that I was lucky enough to lead and work with when I was at the department. And I know that they are actively working with and meeting with APS and other school districts on a regular basis to communicate about those things. Unfortunately, some of those children who are not enrolled in school or need to be enrolled in a different school, that may occur due to them, entering custody or changing placements, right around the beginning of the school year. That's unfortunate, and I don't think that there's ever a way that can completely be eliminated. Unfortunately, those things don't wait for the school year, or don't, work around that schedule. I know that there are systemic changes with impact and with information sharing that hopefully will alleviate some of those concerns. I also know that some of the difficulties are that caseworkers themselves and foster parents don't necessarily have access to court orders that say where a child is placed or who their educational decision maker is, and that can occasionally be a delay in holding a best interest determination meeting, a bid meeting, and getting them enrolled.
Okay, thank you, and I would like to discuss that with you offline as well. You mentioned the Children's Code currently, which is law, and that it does not need to be revisited, and you talked about best interest of the child in relation to reunification, and I can tell you that the AG and I both disagree with that. I have heard story after story, and because I've been so vocal about this as a senator, so many people are constantly contacting me with their stories. And when we're talking about children in placement or sleeping in an office or wherever they are being taken care of at this moment in time, we have a human being, and it's about mind, body, and spirit. And I really believe that reunification basically at all costs, which has also meant death and further torment of children, is not in the best interest of the child. And I'd like you to talk a little bit more about that, because the former secretary of CYFD absolutely told me when I was touring the congregate facility where a young boy had committed suicide, that children that are in placement do not know that their parents are bad parents, but they have an attachment, an emotional attachment to those bad parents. And because of that, they reunify that child because it's better for the child to be with someone they have an emotional attachment with. I absolutely, positively disagree with that philosophy, and I would like to know where you stand on what is your clear definition of best interest of the child versus reunification with the family.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. I think we could talk about that all day. I want to clarify my statement when I was talking about potential opportunities or changes for improvement. It's not that I think the Children's Code as a whole does not need to be changed. There are many things that I would love to work with you all on to improve. I think my point is that, the language is clear. I actually wrote some of it down as a reminder for myself. In looking at 32A1.3, the purpose of the Children's Code, it's very clear that the purpose is first to provide for the care, protection, and wholesome mental and physical development of children, then to preserve the unity of the family whenever possible. Children's health and safety is the paramount concern, and there's also a section about considering separation from a child's family, particularly when a child has suffered permanent or severe injury or repeat abuse. And so what I'm saying is that I don't think it's an issue with the language of the statute. I think, reading that's clear to me. I think the difficulty is that not every field worker is sitting down and reading the Children's Code front to back and having to cite it in legal arguments on a regular basis. And so what I meant by that is I'm hopeful that the system can come together on a clear understanding of what that means and ensure that that is trained down to all workers so that they understand what it is, in fact, that the law says and is intended to do.
Thank you for that, and I'll actually refer to Senator Wilson's statement about communication, because what I hear you saying is the culture is rotten, the communication is poor, and the training is absent, because best interest of the child, not reunification at all costs, is clearly then defined in the current Children's Code. Therefore, every caseworker, every person that has contact with a child under CYFD should use that as the foundation of what they do every single day. So that should be one of your top priorities, actually, from what I'm hearing. You're saying that you agree with that then, correct? It's in the best interest of the child first, not the best interest does not always mean reunification with the family.
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. I think I want to make sure that I answer all of those parts. I want to also clarify that I spent the first 10 years of my career as a guardian ad litem. I spent 5 nights a week sitting on the floor playing Barbies and Legos, or going to McDonald's, or whatever it was with my clients. I started two weeks after the bar exam with 140 clients. And I was paired with a social worker in my multidisciplinary child welfare office. And we were seeing children and talking with them every day. I absolutely believe that children's best interests are paramount and are key, and I do think that that's what our law says. However, I think, like we've talked about today, looking at a child's best interests is an individual, case-by-case, particularized analysis for each child and for each family, because I think I would be remiss if I said reunification is never in a child's best interest. I think trying to support that child and their family in whatever way safely possible is what's in a child's best interest.
Thank you for that, and I'll just clarify, I'm for reunification when reunification will work and the child is safe and cared for, but first and foremost, I'm for best interest of the child, mind, body, and spirit. The other thing is age 14 in the Children's Code. One thing that I've learned, which is shocking to me, because a 14-year-old child does not have a fully developed brain, does not have the life experience to make major life choices for themselves. When a 14-year-old is in congregate care and is legally allowed to refuse services, whether it's behavioral services, whether it's medical services, whether it's medication that the child needs, I think that we have room for quite lively discussion. I don't know a parent who has a full family, has never had a child in CYFD, that would let their 14-year-old child determine whether or not they take a needed medication or see a medical professional or behavioral health professional. Can you speak to that, please? And we are behind, so I'm going to end with maybe one more question, but if you could be brief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're asking an incredibly important question. I think that's a topic where we need to involve many people, many stakeholders from different perspectives in the discussion. As someone who represented children for many years, I absolutely see the benefit in including their voice and their perspective in looking at what's in their best interests. However, I will say that the Children's Code, I think, is confusing, and I think this is another issue, not only of the law being perhaps unclear, but the interpretation being unclear. When I moved here, I remember being told, well, at 14, children can refuse school and placement and this and that's simply not what the law says. I think that's an area that perhaps needs more research and involvement on the best way forward. I know that other states handle this in different ways, but my interpretation of the way things are written currently is that it allows children who are 14 and older, who perhaps don't have an appropriate parent or caregiver, perhaps their parent is unavailable, perhaps they're in a shelter, for that child, if they identify, I need therapy, I need medication, that they can go get it without an adult. I do not necessarily read it as allowing children at 14 to refuse everything.
Well, thank you for that answer and interpretation, because other people within CYFD and who are running congregate care facilities disagree with that. That needs to be another top priority for sure. Especially, I hear you saying that the child's voice should be heard. Who was listening to the 15-year-old American citizen that was just dropped at the border and left in the middle of the night without his heart medication to go find his mother in one of the most dangerous cities in the world. We have a big gap, a real big gap. I'll end with, I've heard you talk a lot about guardianship, but I really don't recall hearing the word adoption. And one thing that I look for in repeated trauma, an exorbitant amount of placements with these children under CYFD. A lot of these children aren't being placed once or twice. They're being placed over and over and over again. And they're in the system for well over a year. I cannot imagine. I mean, I was fortunate that I grew up with 2 parents and a sister and a dog. No issues there, actually. My parents, God bless them, are still married in their 80s. I cannot imagine being a child in today's world and never having a sense that I belonged somewhere. So guardianship is nice, but guardianship is not a sense of fully belonging and knowing that you are loved unconditionally and will be cared for and part of a family unit. I think that's fundamental to the development of a child's sense of well-being in where they are in the world. So where are you? What is your personal philosophy on guardianship versus adoption? And my understanding is if a child is in the system for more than 12 months, that adoption should be assertively, progressively looked at. So talk to me about guardianship versus adoption.
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. I think that I should perhaps do a better job at clarifying, certainly within the context of a CYFD abuse neglect case, the team has to look at the best permanency option for that child. And 2 of those options are, as we've mentioned, adoption and guardianship. And I support doing an individualized assessment for that particular child, caregiver, and family. There are certainly instances where, for example, grandma has grandchild, that child has an established relationship with their parent, and say they're 14 or 15, and they would prefer not to be adopted. They would prefer to do guardianship. I think that we have to respect the wishes of the family. I, however, think that adoption can be very successful, and like you said, allows children and families to have a sense of belonging and of permanency and finality. When I'm referencing guardianship in my presentation today, there are many caregivers outside of CYFD and the child welfare system who come to be caring for their relatives without supports. There are occasionally children who are placed on a safety plan with a relative and then left there indefinitely without a plan. And for families who don't want CYFD involvement, I want to ensure that they have the ability to get support to care for their relatives, whether it's short-term or permanent, and with or without CYFD's involvement.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And now you've just triggered me. I'm going to make one more comment, maybe a question. Safety plans. The safety plans that I have heard of and seen are, I don't even think a pinky promise. I mean, there's no plan, there's no safety. You can look at the headlines just over the last year or 2 and see where these so-called safety plans have landed children, which in many cases, especially with infants and young children, it's landed them in the grave. And a safety plan, just for the general public listening, is not what you think a safety plan would be. There's no manual, there's no document, there's no guardrails, there's no follow-up, there's no long-term plan. It's, hey, grandma, you live next door and you're gonna check on this child or this baby, 3 times a day, great. And then all communication stops. That is not a safety plan. And I would implore you, please, to put that on your dashboard. I call them KPIs, key performance indicators, which I hope next time we speak, you can talk to us about your KPIs and the dials on the dashboard that you and your team will be looking at on a regular basis. But a safety plan in the state of New Mexico, I hate to say it, is not safe for anyone. Well, it's safe for the agency because they get to wash their hands of it. They walk away. And we can no longer tolerate an agency that calls a safety plan 1 or 2 conversations, and then maybe they try and call or whatever, and oh, we couldn't get a hold of them. You're handing the life of a child over to someone who is not necessarily responsible and or following through, and that person doesn't even have access to caseworkers and other support help that they will need, or training that they might need to identify if something is going awry. And we've seen it over and over and over again, especially with the death of infants in the state that are under a safety plan. So I don't know if you want to briefly, I'm going to give you like 30 seconds. I'm sorry, we've really gone over, but if you want to make a statement to that, but please make that one of your top priorities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree that safety plans are something that repeatedly come up in my observations, and I fully support and recommend having clearly defined timelines and expectations for any safety plan that is in place. I'd be happy to talk offline and in more depth about when there can be appropriate circumstances for a safety plan, but ultimately ensuring that appropriate steps are taken, that people know who to contact and what they're supposed to be doing, and what happens next if a child cannot be safely returned at the conclusion of that carefully defined safety plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for answering a lot of tough questions and being here today. Our next presenter is former CYFD Secretary Monique Jacobson. We've gone over a little bit, so we're going to take Monique first, and then we'll hear a message from former CYFD Secretary and U.S. Representative Heather Wilson. Monique, thank you for being here with us this morning. I'll let you get settled there. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me. Do you want me to jump in with my part of the presentation and turn it over to you for questions? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Great. It's been about 8 years since I've done this, so forgive me if I forget the Madam Chairs on occasion. I wanted to start just actually by saying why I'm here today and why I responded to the invitation to come here. And I'm not here because I in any way, shape, or form want to be in a position to judge the current or any other administration with regards to CYFD. Not being there, I can't comment very specifically on specific cases, anything of that nature. I'm here because having been the Cabinet Secretary for 4 years, I lived this day and night, literally, as Senator Gallegos knows, and I learned a lot. And I'm here just to provide that information in hopes that it can be of help to you all and to the state as we continue to move forward on how to improve the quality of life for our children. In no way, shape, or form were things perfect at the agency when I was there. And let me say this very clearly. Anything short of perfection at CYFD is unacceptable. Anything short of ending child abuse, you can't be in a position to say mission accomplished. However, you can do things better and you can move things in a good direction, and that's what we were able to do. So by the time I left, every one of our metrics that the LFC was tracking for our scorecard was moving in a good, positive direction. Again, does that mean mission accomplished? Absolutely not. Bad things were continuing to happen in the state when I was in that role, and that is unacceptable. And I think it's important to note that right up front with I am here in a very humble state, but also in a state where I do think we learned important lessons and took an approach that can be helpful moving forward. I think what you do need in running that agency is a very clear mission and absolute clarity in your mission, strong operating principles that set the standard for the culture that is expected at the agency, and then a strong strategic plan that is backed by metrics, so you can determine whether that strategic plan is working. That's what we had set up at the agency at the time. So I want to go through each of those fairly quickly to give you time for question. The first was our mission. So we defined our mission as improve the quality of life for our children, period. We stopped there and got a lot of pushback from many folks, both in the community as well as in the agency, for stopping at the word children and not including families in that. We chose very purposely to stop at the word children because I said as long as I was there, I wanted our primary focus, our maniacal focus, to be on what was in the best interest of the child. Families are absolutely critical. They're essential, but I want them to be, and us to look at them in terms of serving that child. There are a lot of agencies that are out there that focus on the whole family, but CYFD is one that I think needs to be primarily focused on the child. The other part of that mission that's important is what we called quality of life. So the mission was improve the quality of life for our children. We defined quality of life as one, what does a child need to have quality of life? One, they need to be alive. So we need to do what needs to be done to prevent preventable deaths. Two, they need to be safe, and there will be a lot more talk about that today, but you can't have quality of life if you're living in fear or without basic safety. Three, they need to be loved. There needs to be human connection for these children. When you look at quality of life, I cannot overstate the importance of that. My entire 4 years there, if I could boil down the issues that we saw both in CYFD, Protective Services, Juvenile Justice, which is also part of CYFD, and when I was there, Early Childhood Services was also part of CYFD. You looked at that, the single most important thing across the board in all three of those areas was a desire for human connection. And what we saw was what happened when that doesn't exist. So they needed to be alive, safe, loved, and have human connection. And finally, I believe to have quality of life, you need to be prepared to be a contributing member of society. A major focus for us at in the Juvenile Justice Department is getting these kids in a place where they can contribute positively to society, giving themselves a sense of purpose, a sense of belonging. So it was our mission, and it wasn't a mission that we took lightly. I mean, this is 8 years later, and I remember that from memory because it's something that we talked about constantly at the agency. We had them in posters around all of the 32 offices to say, so we'd remember that is why we are here. The second piece of it was our operating principles. This is about culture. There's a lot that I know you guys can and want to do with regards to law, but the culture is absolutely critical. What the culture is like at that agency is essential. And I will tell you, there are incredible workers at that agency. And they need to be rewarded, they need to be supported, and those that are not incredible need to be held accountable. But culture is absolutely an essential part of having an agency that works for our children. So our operating principles were, 1, be kind, respectful, and responsive. This gets to Senator Wilson, what you talked about with regards to communication. It was so clear that one of the biggest issues we had was a lack of communication. And that third one, so be kind, respectful, and responsive. Responsive is absolutely essential and at times quite difficult. Our workers are getting bombarded with questions that are hard to answer, they're challenging. You might not tell people what they want to hear, but we said no matter what, you get back to them and you tell them something. They need to know that there's a voice on the other end of that phone. So we really focused on being kind, respectful, and responsive, and after 4 years, the end, my third year, I added even when you don't want to be, because that's the key, is to be kind when you don't want to be, respectful when you can't muster up kindness, and finally, always responsive. The second operating principle was remember who we serve, the child. And it was again to reinforce the point of view that if anyone came to me as the secretary at any time and could defend their actions by speaking to the fact that it was what was in the best interest of the child, that was the single most important thing for me to see. Not in the best interest of, but a senator or even the governor. It was what is in the best interest of the child. That was how our decisions need to be made. Not a lawyer, not an aunt, not an uncle, not a grandma, but what is in the best interest of that child, and that's how we wanted to drive for decision making. Number 3, build a culture that properly balances accountability and support. Those two words always together. One without the other does not work. A culture that is focused purely on support becomes complacent. It is important that we support our workers. It is important that our workers support families. Support is a critical part of the equation. We need to have programs that support families, programs that support workers, tools that support workers, but we also have to be able to hold people accountable. A culture that has all accountability, no support, becomes a culture of fear, which is also not productive. So the key is balancing accountability and support. And I would say, I think that works for running the agency and it works for running the state. You have to look at what are we doing to provide support mechanisms and then how are we holding people accountable. One without the other will not work. Fourth is to do fewer, bigger things that produce results. So because so many people care about CYFD, there are hundreds, thousands of programs and ideas and well-meaning people who want new things to help a child. The problem is if you take a shotgun approach to it, you're not going to make traction, you're not going to make progress in any one area. So we wanted to be defined by data and determine what is going to actually move the needle, and then do fewer of those things, but do them in a bigger way so that we're actually moving the needle with regards to the metrics that I referenced earlier. Finally, do the right things for the right reasons. It's so easy to get caught up in what you believe might be the right thing, or one person arguing over right thing with another, but we really tried to get it boiled down to the right reasons. And I would say this is something that's very personal for each individual. You have to look at yourself and be able to look in the mirror and know that what you are doing is not being done to make someone look bad, it's not being done for publicity, it's not being done, again, being a state agency for any sort of political reason. It's being done for the right reasons because we believe that our children deserve more and should have more. So those were our operating principles. Also made posters and hung them in every office around the state. In fact, I will tell you that the last 6 months I was in this role, I spent time going to every single office to reiterate the point that this is what's going to matter. Regardless of who the secretary is, the culture is going to be what matters, and maintaining that will keep the agency strong or create and build a stronger agency. So those were the operating principles. Then we had our strategic plan, and so these were the strategic initiatives that we were focused on. All of our strategic initiatives were tied then to the metrics that we wanted to change so we could look and see if we were making progress. I will say that I also read the Department of Justice report, and many of their recommendations are directly in line with what the strategic plan had laid out. So I do believe those are the right areas, but I think, again, having them very structured as a strategic plan is important for accountability at the agency, at the secretary level, and then throughout the whole agency. Every one of my deputies, everyone kept this strategic plan with them, and we would check in on it to look at the measurements. So the strategic plan, our first plank, was to recruit, hire, train, and retain enough of the right people. So a lot in there. We had key initiatives then against each one of those areas. We had things like a rapid hire event to make sure we were getting enough folks. We'll tell you, if caseloads are not manageable, you're not going to have people making the right decisions. You have to have manageable caseloads, and the way to do that is by having enough workers there, having them properly trained. So we overhauled our training program to focus on a lot of what Don spoke of. There's a lot of words that can be interpreted differently, and we wanted to be clear in terms of what we believed those interpretations should be when it came to safety. And we say enough of the right people, which gets back to the importance of culture. We did one thing to measure this that I think was one of the most impactful things. I wish we had more time. I had more time there. We had an organizational health survey that was looked at. We were able to do a survey across the entire organization to understand how workers were feeling, where morale was high, which offices were effective. We were able to then cross-reference all of that data and determine what were the most important things in terms of having high-functioning offices, and then replicate that or take those leaders and what they were doing in those offices and take them to other offices around the state. So really, again, a way to even take that culture piece and give it a measure that we could tie it to. The second strategic plank was to expand data-driven prevention programming. So one, we need enough of the right people working at CYFD. Two, we need to, at the time the way we talked about it, is ensure we're doing as much to prevent abuse and neglect from occurring as we are to respond once it does. So we really focused on expanding prevention programming. Again, as I mentioned, when I was the secretary, the early childhood programs were also within CYFD. I think there's an incredible opportunity for those programs to be leveraged in a manner that helps us prevent abuse and neglect from occurring. Things like at-risk childcare, level 2 home visiting. These were ways that we could hope to get into the families and give them the support they need before you ended up with an abuse or neglect case. Number 3 was to pull together our communities, law enforcement, and child welfare services to support our children and families. So what was very clear, and I think has been brought up multiple times today, is a fractured system with regards to child welfare will not work. We wanted to take the lead in terms of pulling together those resources so they could be easily navigated and effectively implemented for our families. We did things with law enforcement. I know questions were asked earlier about how investigations work, and I think it's a complicated process. If it is a legal investigation and a CYFD investigation, both law enforcement and CYFD will be working a case at the same time. We needed to be sure law enforcement was equipped with the information they needed to make a better assessment when they were responding to a case. So we created a law enforcement portal where every police officer responding to a call could look and see if there had been prior cases with that family. So walking right up to the door, they would already know if there had been other cases with the family, equipping them with better information to handle that call. We did trainings with law enforcement. We also created areas through our children's behavioral health group where we pulled together all of the supports. Because I would say this, money is not the problem. There is a lot of money out there. It's ensuring the money is properly used and that people are taking advantage of the services that exist. We found service after service that was not being fully utilized, and families that needed services not getting those. So a key focus has to be on connecting people to the services, getting that simplified for families, and ensuring the services are high quality. Finally, our fourth strategic plank was to use evidence-based tools to ensure the best decision-making was occurring every day in every possible situation. So that has been spoken about before as well. How do we have best practices with regards to what a safety plan can be, should be, must be, and then where do we need additional teeth? And I will, on that, close with a piece of legislation that we pushed for many times that we're unable to get through called FINCOS, and it was changing the definition for family in need of court-ordered services to expand to families that were involved in the abuse and neglect part of the case, rather than just juvenile justice, which would allow there to be more teeth around things like safety plans by, through the law, keeping it so that it's not just about CYFD needing to check back in, but really that is supported by law and the judges and the court system, and that there are actual consequences if families refuse to work with CYFD. So I will close just on a quick story from a time that I went out into the field. As everyone I'm sure is aware, I did not have a background in child welfare. My background was in leadership, management, not child welfare. Very controversial. But it was, because of that, it was very important to me that I spent a lot of time in our offices and going out in the field to respond to cases so I could see firsthand what was actually happening and speak from that firsthand experience. So I'll give you, one time I went out with a worker. We were in the East Mountains area. Took us a couple hours to find the family. The call in was a mother and a father, allegations of heroin use. Mom and dad are battling, as was mentioned earlier. I will tell you that one of the single most complicating factors at CYFD is the number of custody battles that people turn to CYFD to be used as a tool against their spouse, which creates a lot of issues. So we were responding to dad. Mom was missing. Responding to dad's house. Dad was with grandparents. By the time we found them, they knew we were looking for the house, but it was very challenging to find in the East Mountains. Took us a couple of hours to find it. By the time we got there, a little boy and a little girl is who we were interviewing. We conducted a search of the house. Everything was perfect. They had locks on any of the doors that had alcohol in them. They had brand new toothbrushes. It is clear that they used the 3 hours that it took us to find them to go make sure the house was exactly as they knew it needed to be from prior CYFD involvement. We then interviewed the children. We removed them from their parents while we're interviewing them. The little girl told us, "My dad makes me feel safe. I just want to be with my dad. He makes me feel safe." Repeated it multiple times. Meanwhile, the little boy was kicking. He was nonverbal, and he was making every physical signal to show that he was in it felt like an unsafe situation. Like I'm a mom, so as a mom, I did not feel comfortable with regards to what I was witnessing from this little boy. But what the little girl said is, "I am safe here. Every single thing in the house looked very safe. Grandparents were there to keep child protected." And when we turned to leave, to say our goodbyes, the little girl turned to dad and said, "All right, dad, are you going to take me to McDonald's now like you promised?" Now, seems so obvious that like something wasn't right in that case, but that does not rise to the level of being able to prove that there is imminent harm. I wasn't able to go on the stand and talk to a judge and say, as a mom, I didn't feel comfortable. That's not the law. Like, the law doesn't support that as the ability to take a child into custody. So what to do? I use this as an example of just the complicated nature of a lot of the calls that the staff is responding to. Every single thing, every box was checked. My heart as a mom didn't feel comfortable. That is not what the law, that's not the level that the law allows for kids to come into custody. So that doesn't mean there's nothing you can do. It means you need to keep eyes on those families. You need to get them connected to services. There's a lot you can do, but it does mean it's not as simple as just taking every child into custody. It's not possible, and it's not what the law would support. So I use that. I will do a continuation. The worker that I was out with, they pointed to a fact that they had brought a child into custody in the past. When it went before a judge, the judge said, look, the fact dad is a heroin addict does not create imminent harm. In New Mexico, they said in New Mexico, we have functioning heroin addicts. So you have to prove not that dad uses heroin, but that that creates imminent harm. So that was the standard that was set for CYFD workers. So again, I think just a helpful conclusion to recognize how challenging the work is that these folks are doing every day, and that some seemingly simple solutions don't cut it. So that is my presentation, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, and the last part of that was really eye-opening, and it's shocking, actually, really shocking. Anyone want to ask brief questions? Senator Wilson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you, and quite an inspiring presentation, so thank you for that. As I spoke to people in my communities, and we talk about treatment, we talk about care, and we talk about custody and all those kind of things, but what was driven home to me is what can we do more on the preventative side of things? And you spoke to that, but I asked you just to elaborate a little more. I had the benefit of managing some of those home visiting programs, and that was very rewarding. But what can we do more like that to get on the preventative side? Identify problems, get those services lined up, help families understand it's not judgment, but it is help. That's my question. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, Senator Wilson, I think, the first thing is not a program or a policy or a procedure, but it's really inspiring our communities to take that on and to recognize that CYFD alone is not the answer in terms of improving the quality of life for our children. It takes each one of us stepping up to be a support for a family who needs it, to be a person a child can reach out to when they don't have somebody else. It's about churches and nonprofits and these organizations that have said this is what they want to do. It's about supporting the organizations that are supporting the children. So I know that's not the answer for a legislative session, but I truly believe it's what will make the biggest change in New Mexico. It's recognizing that it will take all of us to change the outcomes for our kids here. That's what I believe in terms of what it will take. But I do think there are programs, and you can look at what are the data-based programs that are most helpful from prevention. The ones that I found to be most impactful were at-risk childcare. So I know that now early childhood is in a separate division, but I would ensure there's a very strong connection between what is happening in those two agencies, specifically with regards to our most at-risk families. So at-risk childcare, ensuring that families that want to go back to work, maybe mom wants to, dad is not in a place where he can right now, that they have childcare. The majority of horrific cases I saw while cabinet secretary happened at the hands of an inappropriate caretaker, a boyfriend, a neighbor. That's often where horrific things happen to children. So the more we can get children connected to childcare, the better we are. So I think that's really, really important. I know there's universal childcare, so I would say do not ignore at-risk childcare. This is going to be a childcare that's more focused on providing holistic supports for families so that they get connected to those childcare opportunities and they are able to continue using them. So I would say the only watch out with universal childcare is, can we ensure there's still as good of a focus on at-risk families and getting them connected to childcare? Now that everyone's gonna be in a position to get childcare, let's not let those at-risk families lose that focus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Block?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Jacob, thank you for being here. How long were you CYFD Secretary for?
I was CYFD Secretary for full, complete years, from day one until December 31st.
I think that's critical when it comes to leadership. The reason why is you've talked about some things, and some of the buzzwords I just want to hit real quick. You're talking about a strat plan, you're talking about accountability, building a culture of excellence. Those are all leadership, in my opinion, and background as a commander a couple times in the Air Force. The leader sets the example, right? You lay out the mission, the vision, the goals, you fight for resources, you build that culture. Unfortunately, I think under this administration, by the way, to me, the toughest job in New Mexico in state government is the CYFD Secretary, then maybe PED. But you got the tough job, so congrats on that one, and you did a good job. You said a couple things. I just want to ask you real quick. Do you remember what the timeline may have been under your time as a leader from foster care to adoption?
Madam Chair, Senator Black, I cannot speak to the exact numbers.
You mentioned caseload and trying to find people to be caseworkers. What was your caseload ratio under your time?
So, Madam Chair, Senator Black, I don't want to misspeak with regards to the numbers. I didn't actually prepare for this, again, years later, by going through all of the numbers. From what I recall, our target was to, what we had set our target as was to be in line with best practices, or what was the nationwide acceptable best practices. I did look at some numbers prior to coming in here. We were able to increase the number of workers by about 15% while I was there, so we had 15% more workers, which again, running quick numbers, not based on the numbers I had from then, but just the numbers that I had, it looked to be that we had about roughly 2.5 children per worker, but that could be, again, it's a little bit complicated depending on which caseloads we're talking about, because you have investigation caseloads and then you would have permanency planning caseloads.
I can't find
each of those.
I can't find that data. I would love to see what the data is on the caseload, caseworker ratio to cases, and the timeline for adoption through the foster care program. The other thing is I found real quick is we have about 400 to 700 kids for parents, kids actually waiting for adoption through the CYFD system. And I'm just wondering what the timeline is on that. Let me just ask real quick, you mentioned a lot of great programs and policies under your time. And I don't know if you've been keeping track of the department now, but would you happen to know like what specific policies that you enacted that were changed that you would like to see go back, that you felt worked for the safety and well-being of the child, which is your number one priority?
Madam Chair, Senator Black, I can't speak to exactly what was changed or not changed in terms of the policies and approach. I can speak to, two things that did happen once we left, that once I was not in that position, that are not directly related. They are directly related to the agency, but not a policy at the agency. But I think the CARA law was passed, which I think that happened post my time there, and I think that has created some issues, certainly has created some issues. And another law that I believe passed was with regards to differential response. So those were two things that I followed that were bills that we had really fought against, that I believe did pass when I left, that I think would be important to, as I know you're very focused on CARA and what needs to happen in that particular instance. But I would also, again, look and see if differential response is something that is currently the policy at CYFD or not.
And then lastly, to me, I always ask everybody this, data and metrics. That is so critical because if you don't have good data and good metrics, and by the way, you don't have fidelity in the data and the metrics, it's very tough for policymakers to fix or improve whatever is going on. When you were the CYFD secretary, how important were data and metrics to you, and how did that drive any policy changes in your department?
Madam Chair, Senator Black, it was absolutely essential, and I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with data and metrics because I think you can quickly fall into the trap of analysis paralysis where you're trying to get every number all the time and it's not actionable. I was in a very fortunate position that I was able to bring over with me the person who actually had done a lot of the data work for me prior to this at the tourism department, and it was a person who was just amazing, and having the right person in that role was absolutely essential with regards to getting data that was actionable. And those were the arguments he and I would have all the time, which is to say we're not going to get caught in trying to find every single number. We're going to find the numbers that reflect the goals that we have, and we're going to track those few numbers very closely, and then we're going to have it directly tied to our strategic plan. So you asked what I wish could change. I hope they are leveraging the strategic plan from because again, it lines up with everything the Attorney General mentioned, but we had all of our strategic planks and pillars connected directly to the metrics that we wanted to change. So I think that's really important. I've been in too many places where there are dashboards and all sorts of KPI documents that aren't useful and they're not actionable. So I think data absolutely essential, good data critical, but data that's actionable is what's going to make a difference.
I love that answer and I appreciate it. And the last question I'll ask you is, if asked to come back, would you come back and do it again?
Madam Chair, Senator Black, I will say what I tell everyone. This is the best, worst job I ever had. I've never loved a job more than I loved actually working at CYFD, and I've had really cool jobs in my life. Nothing has been more meaningful or more in line with my heart than running CYFD. That being said, I will tell you that it nearly destroyed me, my family. It's incredibly challenging, and that's again why I don't want to in any way, shape, or form convey that I'm here to criticize anyone in that role or that job, because it is unbelievably challenging and it's a role where you will not be completely successful. And I have never taken on a job in my past where I could not stand up and say, I did this and I was successful. And anything short of ending child abuse, you cannot say you were successful, and that's simply not possible.
I know there's things you didn't get to do, but I will tell you that long after you're gone, there are going to be kids that turn into adults and older adults that are always going to remember the impact you had in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gallegos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, grateful you're here. When you're talking about going out to rural New Mexico to look at cases, I always remember there's a young lady in Hobbs that I went with you. And after you left, she was so grateful that I brought a friend that cared. She was totally shocked when I explained to her, you're secretary at CYFD. I don't know if you remember, she's a black single mother with a little girl.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things that it brings awe to people that you take the time, make the effort to come to rural Mexico. So I will never forget that, and I'll always love you for that, because it makes changes in people's, excuse me, I apologize. I don't know the outcome of that young lady, the child either, but I know that day you made a difference. And so I appreciate that. I do have and I love a lot of what you said. I do have a question on, back during the Richardson administration, I don't know if we had this tool while you were secretary, but there's a federal tool called the Child and Family Services Review. Do you remember if we ever had that?
Madam Chair, Senator Gallegos, there were so many federal programs that oversee and went through CYFD that I'm not certain about that particular one that you're mentioning.
The reason this gives me a question is I think that so forever we've been asking just for a third-party intervention, not to do the job, but just to see that the job's being done right. And I did not realize there's federal programs that do just that. I would say if I knew that, and I knew that the feds were engage in some way, some manner that gives us some clarity on what's going on in New Mexico. I do appreciate, and I hope that staff can pull out all your details on your mission and your strategic plan. I love the detail in that because it's simple enough that even field workers will understand what their job is. And as you know, my daughter works for CYFD, but it's one of those things, I think in the field, things get lost. Because as long as the hierarchy's not clarifying what's going on, it's easy to do your own thing, and then they're the ones getting in trouble. We've got a lot of them, they're workers in the field that end up having to be whistleblowers because they're seeing things that are happening that should not happen. But I just wanted to clarify that I love your plan detail. I hope that Brandon can pull that out, because I think that's a starting point. We need clarification from the structure to what happens in the field. And then we hold people accountable. And I remember a lot of the times in the training, that the individuals are having to change direction because you had a straight line for them to go down. So I appreciate the time you're in office. I appreciate, and I knew about the family issues because I remember being on the floor at midnight with you right there waiting on seeing if a bill of ours would pass. And I know the stress that it did on your life and your family. So I appreciate everything you do. I was actually going to ask you, will you come back if I get to be Lieutenant Governor, but that'll be a conversation for later in life. But it's one of those things, there are key people in this state who've done a really remarkable job, and you're one of them. So thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. So I will follow up on one of Senator Block's questions because I double checked on this. The national standard for caseload for caseworkers is 12. And here in New Mexico, it's anywhere from 15 to 125 per caseworker. So when I said earlier that our caseworkers in many cases are overwhelmed, it is a reality, and it also speaks to why foster parents have said the number one reason why they leave the system as a foster parent is they do not feel supported. It is not because caseworkers overall don't care, it's that they're overloaded and overburdened, and one human can only do so much. And when you're talking about such important work, to think that one caseworker would oversee 125 cases of anything is unbelievable. And that's a systematic failure within the agency. It's not one person's fault, it's the system's fault, and we have to do better from that perspective. I noticed that Arizona has made some interesting changes. One of them is they've renamed the department. It's the Department or the Office of Child Safety, which actually speaks to the fact that they understand while family is certainly a part of a child's life, the number one focus is the child. And the family is second, because that child is an individual human. Can you speak to that as far as your belief in the vision, mission, and culture under your leadership versus where we find ourselves today?
Madam Chair, again, I don't feel comfortable speaking to where we are today in terms of what the mission is at the agency. I don't know, I'm not in there, so I don't know if this is what is being put forth, but I can tell you that that was very much a focus of the agency when I was there, which was, again, the mission, improve the quality of life for our children, period. And it was, and I've spoke to it a bit, but just to reiterate that point, every single decision and every question that I asked would go back to how was this in the best interest of the child. And again, it met a lot of pushback, to be very honest, I think on a national stage. There is a very strong focus on the family and the importance of the family. And I don't want to understate that I recognize the importance of the family, but I think in running an agency, it's important to say family critical, but family in service of child, at least at our agency, at this agency, that should be focused on what is in the best interest of the child. And it is incredibly complex. The law is complex, as we've talked about. The number of different people involved is complex. So I think having that focus to kind of be able to cut away from all of the noise of the many, many different stakeholders who get involved in lots of the cases and say, let's try to remove that noise and come back to the child is an essential part of doing what's right.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to clarify something too, because my whole professional life has been centered around mentoring leaders in growing organizations, which starts off with the vision. The vision is where you're going, which is what you stated. The mission is how the team, what the team is going about, what is the roadmap to get them to the vision. And then the culture is what they're living and leading with day in and day out, right? So I'm not really clear of the vision, mission, and culture of our current agency, and I respect that you don't want to speak to where we are today, but I think there's a lack of clarity from a vision and then mission culture standpoint, right? And to me, the vision isn't, I'm not experiencing, and probably by the nods of people and smiles of people here in the room, I'm not experiencing a vision that is solely focused on the well-being, the best interest of the child first and foremost.
Madam Chair, if I may, I also, again, have been in many different jobs with vision and mission, and I very consciously didn't have a vision and mission, and I wanted, simply because I wanted it to be so simple for our workers. So that's why I called it just the mission, and the mission is to improve the quality of life for our children every single day. And again, too often I've seen these long documents where people get in a room for 3 days and they come up with a vision, a mission, and it ends up being something that goes on it goes in a cabinet somewhere, they spend time on it, but it's not lived every day. And so that's why I very consciously and specifically made it so simple that it was one mission, and it was every single day, every single worker. I want you to get up and ask yourself, what am I doing to improve the quality of life for our children today? So it was just very, by design, very much focused on saying that is our mission every single day. That is what we are doing. So completely respect that it may be a vision or a mission, but it was for that purpose, so that when folks woke up in the morning, the goal of it was when folks woke up in the morning, or on the days that they didn't want to get out of bed, which I will tell you, never in my life had I experienced this until being at CYFD, when I didn't even know if my legs would let me get out of bed some mornings because of what we were dealing with. So what I wanted is on those days then to have something very simple to come back to, which is, what am I doing to improve the quality of life for our children?
I appreciate that, really, I do. So my next question is, in order to close a case, for a caseworker to close a case, they have to deem it unsubstantiated. And you can correct me if I'm not right on that, which also means when a case is noted as unsubstantiated and closed, there is no follow-up. Can you speak to that?
Madam Chair, yes, so a case would need to be either, I don't know if Donna's still here, referencing back to her, maybe she's not, but either substantiate. You are right, though, that there is a point in a case when it gets closed that CYFD no longer has the ability to stay connected to that family. That was where we looked at the FINCO's change, was a way that you could be in a situation where potentially it doesn't rise to the level of the child coming into custody, but it is made very clear that there should continue to be legal, if you will, teeth in this case, so that you can continue looking at what is happening with that family. That can't go on indefinitely, as I learned a lot about while at CYFD, and let me say this, one of my takeaways was the same laws apply to the good guys and the bad guys. So a lot of things that make a lot of sense when you're thinking about a bad guy would be absolutely appalling when you're thinking about a good guy. So by that I mean, like, we have rights as individual citizens not to have an agency track us indefinitely. There have to be standards in terms of when the state can and should not be involved in our lives. So I do think that's where I too was shocked when I first got there, to say, wait, we don't get to keep following them. And so I think what you have to do is just figure out, how do you balance that, where you're able to continue tracking these families that might be like the one I mentioned to you. Your gut doesn't feel right, doesn't rise to the level of coming into custody, but clearly needs more support. How do you put more kind of legal teeth around the ability to track those families further, I think is a really important question, without going so far as to say the agency can stay in people's lives forever. A lot of these cases are custody cases, as I mentioned, and it can't be that because an angry ex puts CYFD on you, you've now lost your complete right to live as a citizen with freedoms. There has to be a balance.
and thank you for that perspective. So you just mentioned good guy, bad guy. And currently, we live in a state where the overarching philosophy from leadership is that we cannot criminalize addiction. But people who are addicted do perpetrate crime, and currently are not consistently held accountable to the level that non-addicts, generally speaking, think they ought to be. And that includes help, of course, services that are desperately needed for those individuals. But a crime is a crime, and if someone commits a crime, they are a criminal. So speaking of good guy, bad guy, and when you told us the story of someone who was a known heroin addict and a child was placed with them, I'm recalling recent stories from the past year where a Cara baby, I mean multiples over and over again, were knowingly handed back once they were treated in ICU, once they were treated and no longer substance addicted. Those babies born addicted were handed right back into the hands of a known addict. And I know that the governor came out once we put a lot of pressure on the cabinet secretary publicly in LFC. She came out and said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore, but it hasn't solved the problem and actually potentially created a larger problem, which is where are the Cara babies? Where are they? And we don't have that answer. And what is the system in place to make sure that we have the appropriate people taking care of these babies? So there's all these levels, right? Just from one challenge, which is addiction, which is, you know, we just learned from the New York Times this past year that we have the worst addiction problem in the country. We're learning it from the New York Times, not from cabinet secretaries, not from anyone else other than the New York Times, which I find absolutely inexcusable. And why we're here is because this is about legislative oversight as well. We are part of the accountability, and actually taxpayers should have the opportunity to be part of the accountability when it comes to how do we reimagine what we can do with this agency going forward, at least legislatively, to make sure, once again, that the vision of this agency is the betterment and welfare of every child in New Mexico. Everything else follows that lead. So if I were an employee right now, let's say in a daycare, and the owner of that daycare knew that I was addicted to heroin, what would happen in today's world? What would happen? Would a parent taking a child to that daycare take pause? I mean, I'm just asking, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but put CYFD aside. We're going to talk an analogy here, and in real life scenarios, what would happen if an employer knowingly had a heroin addict taking care of children in their agency?
Madam Chair, to answer a few of the points that were made there. The first, I feel moved to make this statement because we talked a lot about how they are real people, real children, real folks. And so as you're talking about that, I will just say that the image that comes most to mind for me was I got to hold a lot of these babies that were born addicted to drugs. And what's amazing is they have this reflex that causes them to like suck on things that they can find, anything. And I'll never forget the feeling of that baby sucking on my shoulder. This may be inappropriate for the setting, but it's such a vivid reminder to me. Anytime I saw any story about Cara, that was the image that came to mind, or the feeling throughout my entire body that came to mind, is remembering what it feels like to have a true baby who is born into such an unbelievably challenging situation, and what that feeling was. So I think one, it's like having those kinds of experiences drive how we make all of the decisions we make. Two, so I think that's one. Two, and that goes to the question, I will say that the question earlier about what are some of the things that you're most often seeing at the heart of the majority of CYFD cases, a question for Dawn. I will say that for me it was drug abuse and mental health issues. So drug abuse, nearly every single, as I mentioned, horrific case I saw was due to happened at the hands of an inappropriate caretaker, the majority of them, and nearly every single one involved drug abuse. So if you want to fix CYFD, we have to get our arms wrapped around the drug abuse problem in New Mexico. CYFD workers will never be able to do enough if that doesn't get under control in New Mexico. Third, you asked what would happen in that situation, and as I mentioned, I was at CYFD, early childhood, so I don't know if you mean very specifically, but early childhood was under my purview as well. And looking at, again, who are the caretakers who would be taking care of our children was a big part of it. And so having really good standards for our child care system was incredibly important, and I believe hopefully is continuing to be so. But no, there should not be a situation where anyone who is addicted to drugs is able to work at a facility for a daycare facility. So that should be all part of the standards that the early childhood department is ensuring that that doesn't happen as well.
Well, thank you for that answer, because it proves my point, actually, that we've gone off course, because a child should not be put in the hands of a caretaker, a guardian, a parent who is known to be addicted to any substance, because that leads to further child abuse. It opens up untold possibilities, and we've seen it over and over and over again. And it's what you're saying, the number one thing the caseworkers are seeing is cases that involve alcohol, drugs, and it is part of the foundational issue we have in New Mexico in particular. And that's the point I'm trying to make, which is I wouldn't take my child to a daycare where they employed heroin addicts. I would not do that. I would be so fearful. And I have a hard time knowing that currently within this agency, we do let children go back to a situation where we know that abuse has not been overcome, that addiction has not been overcome. And that is a glaring gap in how the system is working currently. I'm not saying it hasn't been addressed, but it is a foundational issue that, like you just said, we can't currently get away from, which is just, it's that same pattern over and over again.
Madam Chair, the story I shared about the heroin addict, I do want to point out that was relayed to me by a CYFD worker who had tried to get the child into state custody, and that was the point of view of the judge, which again just brings up back to the complexity of the situation and the role that CYFD plays, but also that law enforcement plays in terms of the ability to bring children into custody, and then the role that judges play in terms of if a child will stay in custody. So I think really important as you all continue to look at this with, I know, such strong positive intentions, but it is recognizing CYFD is one part. The judicial system is also a major part in terms of the decisions around what happens to a child.
Thank you for that. We could talk all day about the court system. What I will say is a statement that when we passed the behavioral health package, we passed it with the word that the crime package would come right after that, and it did not. Fundamentally, it did not, and that is also another glaring gap in the situation that we're all facing throughout the state. Thank you so much for your time this morning. Really, we appreciate you. And oh, I'm sorry, Senator Scott, I didn't realize you had a question. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, would it be your opinion that an effectively managed, appropriately staffed, and appropriately mission tasked CYFD, would that make the Office of Child Advocacy redundant?
Madam Chair, Senator Scott, I do not believe it would make the Office of Child Advocacy redundant, simply because, well, again, I think it's continuing to be built and understand exactly what it can and should look like. But I think if you are properly, as you mentioned, missioned, staffed, doing what needs to be done, I still think there's more work in this state with regards to our children, and having additional oversight or insight into what's occurring in these agencies and for our children doesn't necessarily create redundancy.
So, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, to follow up on a question of Senator Block's for the previous presenter, you were a cabinet secretary, is that correct?
Correct.
So who did you report to?
Madam Chair, Senator Scott, I reported to the governor, directly to the governor.
And Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, you were accountable to the governor. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Senator Scott, I was accountable to the governor, but like I said earlier, we thought it very important, and the governor supported me in this, in that rolling it out to my staff, I made it very clear that who we served were the children of New Mexico, not the governor. And so the governor supported that. That was not going against her in any way, shape, or form, but she supported that point of view because I thought that was very important so that we never felt pressured to make decisions based on political influence of the people calling us or asking us to do something different. So I would say yes, we were. However, we really viewed our role as being accountable to the children.
Would it be fair to say that if you were ineffectively managing your department, that you were subject to being fired?
Madam Chair, Senator Scott, I was absolutely subject to being fired at any time. I served at the will of the governor and could be let go at any moment.
And I think that may be part of our current organizational problems, is that ultimately this is an executive function. Ultimately, the leadership in CYFD is responsible or accountable to our governor. And those problems are not being addressed. Without a clear chain of command, if you will, nobody's responsible. And that's, I think, perhaps the heart of our problems. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for your answers.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Secretary. We're going to go on. We're trying to get you out on time.
Thank you.
But we are going to have, our next one is going to be a recorded message from former CYFD Secretary and former U.S. Representative Heather Wilson, if we can get that prepared.
Hi, I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but Denise Ramones asked me if I could do this by video recording, and I was happy to. I'm Heather Wilson. I'm the president of the University of Texas at El Paso, former Secretary of the Air Force. But what Denise knew is that before serving in Congress, I was actually the Cabinet Secretary for the Children, Youth, and Families Department from 1995 to 1998. Which was a difficult time at Children, Youth, and Families, and she asked if I would share some thoughts with you about some of the challenges Children, Youth, and Families is facing today, so that you might be able to address some of those challenges. And I'm very happy to do that with you. First of all, let me say that what you're undertaking is very hard. I was the chair of the transition for Governor Martinez. And one of the things I know is that probably the reason that I got the job as head of Children, Youth, and Families is because nobody wants that job. I used to tell people that I went from stewarding nuclear weapons to dealing with teenagers. And what I learned from that is that nuclear weapons are safer. And I'm only half joking. It's a very difficult job, and a difficult job to do well. There will be a transition in January, so there is the opportunity to intentionally recruit a leader who can pull together a team to address some of the issues that exist in Children, Youth, and Families. So the first thing that I encourage you to think about is leadership and the active recruitment of someone who is determined to fix some of the problems facing child welfare in the state of New Mexico. I told Denise I'd kind of talk about some of the things that I faced when I was there, and maybe some of the lessons that might be applicable. First of all, there is no easy fix for things that are happening in child welfare in New Mexico, and I say that there may be people who want to tell you that there are, but I'd avoid the temptation to think that there are easy fixes, because there most likely are not. One of the things that we did when I was there was to take a systems approach, to reject the idea that there was a single point of failure or a single problem. And in fact, the child welfare system, when I became secretary, was under a federal consent decree. We were being run by the federal courts because the system had failed to find forever families for kids in foster care. It had been under that consent decree for somewhere between 14 and 18 years when I got there. One of the last things I did before I left was to sign the document paving the way for the ending of the consent decree for foster care. One of the downsides of that is that that means there was no federal oversight. Department leaders didn't have to stand in court and tell a judge what we were doing to get kids in foster care adopted in forever homes. And maybe that lack of sunlight over time has led to an erosion of some of the things that matter most for kids. So take a systems approach. You may want to review the statutes with respect to permanency plans for children. We were able to do some things in policy, but there is often a presumption in social work that keeping the family intact is the priority. And yes, it is, except that the safety of the child and the best interests of the child have to be taken into account. And they're in foster care through no fault of their own. It's not their fault. And the reason that I get emotional about that is that the reason I became the cabinet secretary for children, youth, and families is that my husband and I were foster parents in the community in advance. And we had one adopted son who was a foster kid as a teenager who came into the system. He always thought it was his fault. It's not the child's fault. And keeping the family together is not the responsibility of the child. So you have to think about the best interests of the child first and foremost. The next thing I encourage you to keep in mind is to be data-driven. There's more data now than there was at the time that I was cabinet secretary. In fact, one of the things we did was put in the first case management software for child welfare. It didn't exist at the time that I was there. Everything was being done on paper and forms and 3x5 cards. But you have data now to be able to track success and track what success looks like. The time to a permanency plan, the time spent in foster care, the numbers of times that a child may be taken into foster care and then taken into foster care again when family reunification fails. You'll be able to see and demand that data from the department. So be data-driven and be measuring the right things. The next thing I would say is that recruiting foster parents has to be somebody's full-time job, probably county by county. And the same is true for guardians ad litem, or lawyers for children who are in the system. We tried a number of different strategies, neighborhood by neighborhood. We'd actually walk neighborhoods that where we were short of foster parents and put hangers on doors asking them to contact the department. But one of the more successful strategies was we went church by church. We had an initiative that we called One Church, One Child, where maybe there was a member of that church who would get licensed as a foster parent, but other members of the church would support that family. It created a network and a support system for someone who was willing to take in foster kids. And the church, the advantage of the churches, of course, is that geographically they're fairly evenly distributed, so you can focus in that way. I would highly encourage reaching out, particularly to the Catholic Church in New Mexico. The Archdiocese was particularly helpful in trying to find foster families and families willing to take in foster kids. In every county, there needs to be someone who's not a part-time job, but a full-time job recruiting and training foster parents. Because if it's somebody's part-time job, it'll never get done. But if it's their full-time job and they are focused on that system, there will be more support and more options for children coming into care. There is absolutely nothing worse than a child being taken away from their family for abuse or neglect and sitting and sleeping overnight in some office building because there's no foster family willing to take them in. Finally, I would say that leadership does really matter. And if there were the one thing that I would do would be to focus on that leadership challenge and recruiting someone in who has sufficient passion and experience to be able to do a turnaround of a massive system that's in need of improvement. I'm not envious of the task that faces you, but it is one that's important. It's important for the thousands of children who were taken into the care of the state because they're abused or neglected by their parents. I wish you all the best in your work, and if I can be helpful in additional conversations, I'm very willing to do so. God bless you all.
Well, I wish you were here so I could thank her personally for a really amazing statement, and she's a wealth of knowledge. And, excuse me. No, I have cinnamon in my throat, so hang on. One thing that I'm unclear of, and we get reports from LFC on a monthly basis in regards to Kevin S., is Kevin S. does require at least the top 5 counties, the top largest counties in the state, to have a full-time recruiter in regards to foster parents. And I'm unclear. I think the agency would potentially say yes, they have it, but I am unclear at this moment whether that is actually consistently happening with full-time positions. And I see others that are potentially in the know in the room that don't look real clear either. But it is something that I will look into and follow up on. So next, our next presenters are Eva Sina, former CYFD caseworker, and Jackie, who is a current CYFD client. So if the two of you could come forward, we would love to hear from you. Oh, okay, I see. So, Mr. Sena, you're up first as a presenter, so thank you so much for being here.
Hello, Madam Secretary. How do I say it? Sorry.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, and Senators. My name is Evan Sena. I'm a former PPW at CYFD. I worked there from all of 2024.
Is your green light showing? I
Yeah.
can't see. Okay, if
Can you
maybe
talk closer to the mic?
bring it closer to you. You don't have to. I know I'm tall. I bend over too, but you can bring it closer to you. Thank you so much.
Is that better? Good? Yeah, okay. Sorry. So I worked there from all of 2024. I am the whistleblower who whistleblower in the office stay situation where the children were in the office. Just a little bit about my background. I did not get in child welfare because I went to school for child welfare or anything career-wise for child welfare. I was in the Navy. I did 5 years in the Navy. After the Navy, I got a bachelor's in psychology, and then I went and got my master's in global national security by the Global National Security Policy Institute of UNM. Then my pancreas started failing, so I put that career aside, and then I was like, well, I need a job, so I went to go work at CYFD, because I was thinking, like, it can't be any worse than this feds, anything like that, and I was wrong. It was like a madhouse. Going from the military to that was completely like 2 different things, complete structure and complete chaos. And during my whole time there, I've seen everything bad. I've been exposed to drugs, been threatened, I've had way too many kids in my caseload. There was just an amount of turmoil that I've never seen a state agency or any agency or workplace I've been to operate like that. And one of the last things I said when I was leaving, as they were pushing us out, because that's what they were doing at the time, they were just pushing out caseworkers instead of keeping them. I said, if this is how state agencies are ran, I'll just go work with the feds and then come back to state, because it was the most intense, crazy situation I've ever been part of. And like I said, I was in the military, so I was prepared for anything. But unfortunately for that, I was not prepared for the constant nightmares I still get to this day because of some of the stuff, especially Jaden's death, the 15-year-old who killed himself. So there's a lot of things like that that I still live with me that my time at the military, it doesn't fall me, but the stuff at CYFD falls me to this day.
Thank you for your statement. Senators, do any of you have any questions? Senator Black?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Evan, first of all, thank you for your service to the Navy. As a fellow vet, I just want to say thank you for that. Can you tell me what type of training there is for your particular specialty there in CYFD? How did you get hired, and what type of follow-on training did they require?
So I got hired because all they required was a bachelor's in like human services, so like psychology, sociology, things like that, social work. So that's how I got into the door, even though I had a master's at the time. I got hired in January of 2024. Actually, that's a lie. I got hired in November of 2023, but by the time I got into the agency, it took a while, so it took about 2 months, I want to say, before I actually started working. And then January 2024 is when I started. Then they put us into about 2 weeks, they wait for training to start, and then they put you in, I believe it's a 2-month training. It's either 2, almost 3-month training. And there they go through what you might see and kind of how to deal with things. But in all honesty, it can't prepare you, that type of training can't prepare you for what you're gonna see. It was very family focused, and that's one of my big things is that CYFD, it has child at the beginning of it, but it's not child focused, it's parent focused. And so a lot of the things, the trainings were mostly how to deal with parents, not how to deal with the children. It's usually, they would give scenarios like, well, the parent did this, or the parent did that, but it never was really about the children, what the children, kind of like how to deal with them. So it seemed like it mainly focused on how to de-escalate the parents, how to deal with them. Children always seem to come second, in my opinion, at CYFD. So the training was it was death by PowerPoint, of course. There was no on-the-job training. There was like maybe you might shadow somebody for a week, maybe a week or so, you might shadow, and then bam, right in.
So let me make sure I understand you there. So you get hired in November 23, you walk in the door in January 24 to start working, you go through a couple of months of training, going through OJT, your typical PowerPoint briefings, things like that. And then you have about 2 weeks where you're shadowing a caseworker, from what I understand. Are you going into the field with that caseworker? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and then you're solo after 2 weeks?
Yes, correct. And I started to get to the caseload. I know we started with 4, but in between, I think, probably 2-3 weeks, I went to 17.
When did you leave the department?
I was forced to leave in November. That's where I took I had 200 hours of leave, overtime leave, by the time I left in that 1 year, so I took about a month off, so really.
Why were you forced? Were you fired?
No, they pushed me out.
Was it retaliation? Is that your
Yes,
opinion?
100%.
Is there, like in the military, we have an IG to go to. Did you have some type of avenue to talk to internally in the department?
No, I did not.
There's no IG in the CYFD?
Not that I could go to.
So how do employees make anonymous complaints that could be investigated or looked into?
There is a union, but it's worthless, to be honest. And I don't know how to make complaints for it at the time. They never really told us. When I got hired, they told something like, hey, don't go to the news. That was the first one.
Don't go where?
To the news. That's kind of like what people were more concerned about. And I went to the news.
You said that you had 17 cases. What was, from your best guess, or do you know what the average caseload was when you were there in 2024?
I had one of the lower ones. I had a supervisor, I think she had 40-something cases, and that was a supervisor. So I was one of the newer people at the time, so some people had over 20, 30. but it depended on their ranking, so I was like a PPW, and then there were senior PPWs, and then there were case supervisors. But even the case supervisors, they were keeping tons of cases too, so everyone had.
Were there a lot of vacancies for caseworkers?
That's one of the craziest things about that job. When I started working there in January, by the time I got my cases after that training in about April, I think I saw probably, I want to say, 15 to 20 people leave, somewhere around there. Because the office in building 3 over on Indian School, like it has all on one floor. And they had us like each section, there's rows, and usually you stay with your team. And it just like by day, by week, it would be less and less and less. And people would just be, I'm out of here, just walk out, getting fired left and right, they didn't care, so. And then what happens is, once those caseworkers leave, those cases get thrown to everyone else. So if one caseworker had 30 cases, then we had to split them between.
So can I assume that a caseworker in CYFD is kind of like a frontline supervisor in the military?
It might as well be a grunt, might as well be in trench warfare, in all honesty, the caseworker.
So, real quick, and I'm gonna turn it over, if you were king for a day, Evan, and you're in charge of all the caseworkers, what would you do?
One, I would hire more caseworkers, and then I would put the caseworkers to do what they were supposed to do in the first place. I wasn't hired to do transportation, I wasn't hired to take a kid from west side Albuquerque all the way to Berlin every day for school. I wasn't hired to do that. I was hired to take care of families and kids, but I'm having to do, take children all around the state pretty much. So like, I would have more caseworkers. I'd have the case service aides be case service aides, not be visitation hosts like they have been, or when I was there they were. I'd have more people, hire more people.
Would you revamp the training?
Oh yeah, I would definitely revamp the training, because they're not prepared for that. We barely got talked about fentanyl. The kids brought fentanyl in the office one day, smoking it in vape or whatever. We weren't prepared for that. We had no idea they were even doing it, but they were in the room right across from there, like smoking vape, but we weren't prepared for any of that. It was like we had to get the cops over there, they couldn't do anything. The security couldn't do anything. We were getting beat up and stuff by children, like little girls beating us up, to adults, like bigger kids beating up little females. It was crazy. We didn't have any of that type of situation. Plus, we couldn't do anything. You can't do anything. If you got hit or anything like that, you can't defend yourself. You can't go wherever. You gotta walk back, because then it becomes a whole deal or whatever like that. So if you're a caseworker or you're any type of lower level, you're just expendable to be thrown into like a meat grinder.
Are you on probation when you get hired for like a year, and the state can decide to?
Correct, yes. And they even said, oh, we're not gonna let you stay till you're almost your January, so.
What did you say about TS?
They told me, when I left, they said, they were gonna let me stay till the 1 year, almost made it to my 1 year mark, and they were gonna let me. So they made me, kind of 2 weeks.
I get a ton of questions. I'm gonna let my colleagues probably ask what I really wanna ask you, but, do you happen to know the average employment for a caseworker?
3 months.
What?
3 months.
You're telling me the average caseworker lasts 3 months at CYFD?
By CYFD's own statistics. By CYFD's own statistics.
All right, Mr. Senna, thank you. And it takes a lot of courage, by the way, to be a whistleblower, because, you know, you potentially lose your job, or which you did. But I think that courage comes from you wearing the uniform too. So I salute you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Block. Senator Gallegos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Senna, thank you. I do have some troubling questions. So with such a short duration, to give a little background, my daughter worked for CYFD for years, and she's actually supervisor on calls, so I know that she's at work all the time, even when she's at home, but it's troubling, and I live in Lee County, so I don't think our turnover rate is that profound. But do you get any support? Now I know that you felt pushed out, but during your tenure there, did you ever have anyone in your supervision, line of supervision, that you could talk to about the stresses and the problems you were going through?
Our supervisor, we would talk to her, we had a good relationship, at least my supervisor had a good relationship with her, but it seems like the county office managers and everyone above their lower level supervisor, they just didn't care, they were just trying to get rid of us. There would be times where they would pull workers in, and the county office manager would just be like, well, I think you need to leave, I think you need to leave. And a lot of us were like, why are they trying to get rid of us when they have a lack of staff? We could never understand it, but from what we were told is that was an order coming up from higher up, is what we were told. So it seems like CYFD was constantly complaining about lack of staffing, but also actively firing people for nothing at the same time.
Well, thank you for that. And I guess my thought on that then, would this be a clear statement, they're more worried about counting the widgets than the outcomes for the children?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they're more worried about lawsuits. That's all they care about over there.
And that's troubling because as the prior secretary stated, I mean, she wanted to make sure it was about the child, not the process. My next question then is, and I've heard this from people in the audience at some of these court hearings, did you get to go to court very often to plead the case?
Oh, all the time. I've been after CYFD, I get called by CYFD to go to court. So all the time I go to court.
Well, and what I've had people tell me is they'll be in the court hearing and they know the background of the case, but that the courts take the word from CYFD as verbally put out. Whatever the staff makes a comment on, they take that as justified. But a lot of the time, it's not to the point of what was the truth. Have you seen any of that? Have you been any part of that where you've seen that they skew it? In what I've been told, it skews towards the parent, not to the child. Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, that's all it is. It's always skewed to the parent. It's never skewed to the children. But what I'd say, what I've seen is I've seen court systems give parent chance after chance after chance. I mean, any other human being, any other accusation, crime, whatever that they've committed, the court would just go look at them. For some reason, when it comes to children, the court will bend over backwards to make sure that there's a reunification or some type of better outcome for the parent. And I just don't understand why that's the case, but also the court also reacts to CYFD. So CYFD is all about reunification. That just pushes the court to reunification too. And I'm not against some kids going back to the parents, but when the statistic is that in CYFD parent-wise, the drug addiction rate, I believe, of all the cases, according to CYFD's own statistics in 2024, is 84%. So if 84% are drug addicts, and then the left are, maybe they've done something they shouldn't have done, something stupid, then there's a major breakdown when it comes to reunification with these children and what the court is seeing and what the court's allowing to. One thing that I can't not stress enough is the complete refusal to take basic drug tests by these parents, and then the courts not do anything, no punishment. The worker, I used to be like, okay, you gotta go get your drug test, ABQ drug testing tomorrow, I'll take you there, I'll pick you up, wherever. When it go done, complain to the court just didn't care.
That's so troubling because without that drug test, you don't know if they're doing their part of the agreement at all. So I'll yield with that. I just want to also thank you for coming forward, because I think that in my view, I've realized that the problem is the widget count. If all they're doing is trying to get credit for caseload and not worrying about the child, I've always said, and I've been doing this for a long time, I was actually part of the fictive kin bill years ago, because we wanted to give it a broader sense so it wasn't just the parents taking care of that child, because even back then we had problems with parents having drug issues, a lot of different issues. But for me now, We've talked about it being in the structure, and when you get into the hierarchy, and all they're doing is counting numbers and not actually caring for the child, that's a huge problem. And that's what we needed here today, is because as we go forward, we need to solve that. And we need to hear people like you to be able to hear the truth of where the situation is and where the problems are. So thank you for coming, thank you for all you've done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wilson.
Again, thank you for being here, thank you for your service to our country. And I guess we've talked about training, we've talked about culture and leadership or lack of, all those things. And my question to you, because the legislature's done a good job about funding the program. And can you share with me, in your mind, how effectively or efficiently those dollars are used? Did you have the tools you needed to do your job? Had you been trained? Had you been supported? Do you feel like the money that's been allocated to the programs, is it all efficiently distributed?
I do not think it's efficiently distributed, and mainly because recently I had to go to Santa Fe for another bill and ask the state to fund foster kids to have rights to school. That was recently that I had to go, and I did a little presentation. And it's things like that we can't even get the basic, if we could just get transportation settled, oh man, that would take just a lot of it off. And one of my things that I told the Attorney General was like, why don't we just have the National Guard? I mean, if I get to the point where this needs to be a health crisis or something, and we could have the National Guard just do transportation or have some other agency transport or something transport. We can't rely on just private transportation because CYFD already tried that and they got in a fight over billing, and then that pushed all the transportation on the caseworkers. So if we could get just transportation fixed, that would cause, that would just benefit the average caseworker. That would take so much off their load. And all they do, from how I view it, is that they have tons of money, sure, but it's just waiting there for lawsuits. That's how I see it, because it's sure this money just pops up when there's a lawsuit coming. All of a sudden, they're ready to go. But when it comes to anything else, for the worker, for the kid, for anything else to make the system run a tad bit better, we can't do it. And it was like, we would complain, well, what do you want us to do about it? What do you mean, what do you want us to do about it? We're in the lower level, getting paid $24 an hour to get beat up by kids, transport, whatever, all this other stuff, and you're asking us what we're supposed to do about it? What we've done to rectify the system? Like, we don't have that power. So, if they would allocate the money correctly, or they almost need yes, what Don's doing is for the children specifically, but they almost need another just oversight just for the logistics of CYFD, just to make that run. Because it's almost like two different issues. You got the kids, and then you've got where the money's going to, and it's not one, they're not one.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senators, and so you've said a lot there, and thank you. Thank you for your service not only to our nation, but to the children of the state of New Mexico. I know the year that you were employed, 2024, Bernalillo, maybe the state, let me think about this, at least Bernalillo had 100% turnover in caseworkers in 1 year. So not only are children under CYFD's care experiencing repeated trauma from the respect of leaving their family unit to going to placement, but even the caseworker who in hopes and theory is some kind of stabilizer in their life, 100% turnover in 12 months that means every child felt like they probably had the rug pulled out from underneath them. So what you're saying is accurate. I think you said 3 months on average then. In November, we'll hear the numbers at LFC for 2025. But I believe best case scenario, the length of stay for a caseworker, their length of employment is 6 months. So it speaks to the challenge that we have as a state, that we all have to work around what's the answer, and it's got so many layers, and your experience is a telling one. Because if everyone sitting here in this room and everyone listening were hired today as a caseworker, I think we'd all probably be in shock. Because if it's still a 2-week training, I know of plumbers who have been hired in the last year as caseworkers. No, not to disrespect a plumber. I mean, I actually just needed a plumber, and I was really happy that he was able to do the work in my house as quickly as he was, because I couldn't do it. But a plumber also was not equipped to walk into this agency and become a caseworker with 2 weeks of training. It's just not feasible. So we really do have, I think, a huge challenge when it comes to turnover. And the turnover numbers that I'm talking about come directly from Kevin S. You talked about caseworkers. I know personally, Mr. Senna, of a young, newer caseworker currently employed by CYFD. I will not say who she is, but she told me that she is called in regularly, especially over the weekend, to take care of children in the office because she's the newest caseworker. Now, and you can speak to that, and I'll ask you in a question. If you were a brand new caseworker with 2 weeks of training, would you think it's appropriate to be pulled into the office to take care of the hardest placements we have, the most troubled and traumatized children we have in the system? Would you be the most equipped to care for them over the weekend and over the night?
And when they tried to push that on me at the time, I said no. I told them straight up no. They were like, within the first week, they were like, could you stay in the office? No. But you said that they are currently still office days?
Everything that I have been told, there are still children that stay in offices. I don't have that for a fact, but I am told that that still happens. I know this past year it was still happening, but maybe they've rectified it, and maybe all those children are going to congregate care if they can't place them, but that's a whole nother conversation. So thank you. I think we're going to end our questioning with you, but I want to say I know that your experience that you've described was less than ideal, and it really speaks to, we have many caseworkers like you who care, and it shows that you care and you have passion for and a desire for figuring out what are the best solutions going forward. And I really appreciate you taking the time to be here. I know you didn't have to do it, but it speaks to your character and your belief system, and I really do appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're going to hear from JC, who's currently in the CYFD. What? I'm sorry, they spelled JC on my paper, Jackie. But I can barely read the card, but it does say Jackie, so thank you. Jackie, I haven't even heard your testimony. part of me hurts for you. And I see that you're emotional, which is why now I'm emotional, see? And it's okay. And I'm so grateful for your bravery in being here. I mean, really, you are a very, very strong young woman for even agreeing to come here. You're not obligated to. And I fight for you every day that I'm in this legislature. My colleagues fight for you because you deserve the best chance at life. You deserve to know that you belong here, you belong in our community, and you are loved. So please take as long as you want to express to you whatever you think we need to know to help you and to help every child in the care of the state. Thank you.
Madam Chair and Senators, if it's okay, I'm joining Jackie as a support. We met this morning, but as someone who worked with young people my whole career and as the state child advocate, I wanted to be here. And so Jackie and I, we were hoping maybe to just kind of have a conversation and I can ask her some questions that will help her tell her story. Is that okay?
Absolutely, and thank you for being there to support her.
All right, well, let's start with some easy questions like I talked about. So you're going by Jackie today? Jackie? Okay. All right, can you tell me, I think you just had a big day earlier this week. How old are you?
I'm currently 17 now. I just turned 17 on Monday.
Okay. How was your birthday?
It was good. I had a party for my birthday.
I'm really glad to hear that. Okay. And so you're here today to talk and to share your experience about, being in CYFD custody or in foster care?
Yes.
All right. And so I want them to be able to hear your story, but do you want to start by maybe telling us, where are you staying right now?
Right now, I'm currently staying at, I met these two people from a friend, and they took me in, so I'm currently staying with them.
And is that, an official placement necessarily, or is that, some supports that you identified?
Yes, I do call them dad and auntie, so they are my biggest supports.
Okay. And did CYFD, are they licensed or working with CYFD necessarily, or are those people people that you were able to meet and kind of have step into the role as caregivers?
So they were working with CYFD because they did want to adopt me, but then CYFD stopped messaging them, so now they have no contact.
Okay. And I think you shared with me earlier, are you technically considered on runaway status?
Yes.
And I want to clarify, I did ask if there were specific areas that she wanted to avoid, and she said she's happy to talk about anything, but I also want to remind you that if there's anything you don't want to answer or share, you have that. Okay. Jackie, how old were you when you first came into care?
I was 4 years old when I first came into custody. My mom and dad lost right at me when I was 5.
Okay, and so you're 17 now. Have you been in CYFD care ever since that time, so the last 13 years if I'm counting right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know I asked you this earlier, and you weren't sure. Well, I'll start with another easier question before we do math. What about siblings? Is it just you, or do you have siblings who are also, in custody or part of the case?
I do have one other sibling who is also in CYFD custody.
Okay, what about, was it just the two of you, or were there others?
No, there was 7 of us who went into custody.
Okay, and, without giving away too much detail, just sharing what you're comfortable with, what about the other 5 siblings? Where are they now?
They found a family to adopt them.
And can I ask, are you,
There are 2,200
on the older, were you one of the older siblings or the younger siblings?
I'm the middle child.
You're the middle child, okay. And what about your sibling who's still in care?
He's younger than me.
And so I think what I was getting at with the math question, we were talking about all the different places that you've lived. Where do you remember living when you first came in?
I was in a foster home when I first came in.
Was that family or was that kind of a traditional foster home?
Just a traditional foster home.
And I asked you how many, official sort of placements you think you've been in your, 13 years. What did you tell me?
Over 100.
That sounds really tough. Okay. I want to talk about, you shared some really exciting things, like things that made me instantly proud of you. So I want to make sure that they hear some of those things. I asked you if you were in school. Tell me about that.
So I did early graduation, so I did graduate this year. I was supposed to be in 12th grade next year, but I ended up doing so good in my classes. I was above all my classes, so they bumped me up to 12th grade this year, and I graduated.
I feel like that deserves applause. That's awesome. I hope you're incredibly proud of yourself. What do next steps look like for you? What are you interested in doing now that you've been able to achieve that?
Right now, I am looking for a job, and I am going to be doing my main course classes at C&M, and I'm going to finish off at UNM.
I like that you have a plan. I want to ask, what does support for, that's complicated, getting into registering for school and figuring out all of those pieces. Can I start by asking, what about your vital documents that you might need to register? Do you have your birth certificate and your social security card and things like that you need?
No, my caseworker is refusing to give it to me.
Okay, so it sounds like making sure you get your vital documents is a really important step towards some of those things.
Yes.
What about, I know since you're 17, could get your permit possibly, is that also a barrier to things like driving?
Yes, I have been asking my caseworker to help me with driver's ed, and she has been refusing to.
And I know you said that you're looking for a job where you want to work. What supports do you have for that?
Well, right now, the people that I'm staying with are helping me a lot, trying to support me the best they can.
Okay. Well, I'm really glad to hear that they are being supportive and helping you. I want to hear, can you, in the experience that you have, I think you have more experience with the system than most of us in this room combined. Can you talk to us a little bit about, what are things that you think would have been helpful along the way?
Just stability, being able to stay at one place for the caseworkers to listen to me and the kids that needed it. I don't know, just the support, just to be heard and seen by them.
For sure. And I want to make sure, you told me about one person who's been a really good support, and I want to make sure, because I think it's not just CYFD, but you also have other people kind of on your team, and you told me you've got an attorney.
Yes, her name is Darlene Gomez, and she has helped me a lot since she first became my attorney.
That's great. I think you told me that sometimes you can just show up at her office and she'll have you and meet with you. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That sounds like a bright spot of things that are going well.
Yeah.
You said that being in one place would have been really helpful and supportive. With the place that you're in now, is that somewhere you would like to be able to stay?
Yes.
And what do you think are barriers at this point to getting that?
They keep trying to remove me from there because they are not licensed. And so I think that's just the biggest barrier right now.
And so, if I were giving you a magic wand and you could kind of make decisions in your case and change things, is that one of the things, like having them licensed?
Yeah.
And do you think that they'd be like, I want to clarify, is the barrier that they're not open to that?
No, they're very much open to that. They spoke to my caseworker, asking her for them to adopt me. My caseworker said yes, and while they were trying to start the process, my caseworker refused to contact them. She blocked them, and so they can't get a hold of her no more. She did block me at one point, so I wasn't able to get a hold of her.
So it sounds like communication is a big barrier, and it would be helpful to kind of work through that.
Yes.
Are there other particular things that you would want to change about your case? Or about how, like, the supports that you get or the interactions that you have with CYFD?
CYFD just needs to, I just learn more about kids because the way they handle kids is not okay.
And you shared with me earlier that there were some workers that you and other young people found supportive. Like, what is it that makes a good worker? Or what did you find helpful in the people that you encountered?
They made me feel heard and seen. Anytime that I had a problem, they would help me through it. Or whenever I felt overwhelmed, they would sit there with me. They didn't even talk sometimes. They were just listening, just letting me talk.
That sounds like it would be incredibly helpful. I mean, I'm an adult and I find supports like that to be really helpful. Okay. I know you mentioned about office days. Is that one of the places that you stayed?
Yes.
Is that something you want to share a little bit more about today?
I was in office stay. I've been in office stay for a minute now. I first was in office stay when I was 13, and it just, I've been in office stay since then. I keep running from there, and then they'll bring me back, and I'll be in office stay again. So it's just an ongoing thing.
That sounds really challenging. How was it when you were staying in the office?
It was not pleasant. The workers would get into it with us. We would yell at them because they weren't listening to us. Some of the workers would threaten the other kids with the older kids, saying that they were gonna make the older kids hit them.
I really appreciate you sharing that, and I can see how difficult that is to share. And I certainly don't want to end this on sad or difficult questions. Like, I'm really inspired by hearing about all the things that you've dealt with and pushed through, and the plans that you have for yourself. You know, these are people who get the opportunity to make decisions about how our state works and, changes. What do you think is most important for people who've never been in foster care to hear?
Most of them see us as bad kids, but we've just been through so much, and we just keep on pushing forward.
I hope you heard other people who talked today, the senators and other speakers, talk about how, we all know that this is not kids' fault. Kids do not ask to be, in the situations they're in or in foster care. One of the things that I think is really notable when we were talking outside is you were sharing, about what your future plans look like career-wise.
Yes, I do want to be a CYFD worker as well. I want to give for the kids, because some of the kids don't have workers who know what happened in CYFD custody, so they don't understand us. And I want to be that one worker that knows where they're coming from and understands them because they've been through it as well.
Well, I think one of my goals is to have peer support for young people in foster care, and so I hope in a couple of years when we're both ready for that you'll join me. Okay. Are there other things, I know I've asked you a lot of questions, are there other things that we haven't talked about so far that you want to share? I imagine the senators will have questions for you too. No? I think you're amazing. I hope that wasn't too many questions, but I wanted to allow her to tell her story in her words, and I think that was beautiful.
Jackie, thank you. We're all emotional for you. I just went down and I told Jackie, there is not a single person here. We're not senators right now. We're just people. All of us are parents. All of us love you as a child. We feel for you. And you said you want us to ask you questions, so some of us are going to ask you questions, but this is your show right now, okay? I know this is difficult. It's difficult for us because we want you to have the best future possible. And just to think that you have been placed 100 times. Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say?
It's over 100, yes.
Okay. Over 100 times. I'm going to speak to everyone here. None of us can think that that's acceptable for a child. It's not acceptable. End of story. And that to me is probably just the most alarming thing. Not just for you, but for every child that's been in this agency to think that that's a possibility. And I saw you get emotional when you talked about being in the office. There are still, I have it verified, there are still children in office today. It has to stop. And it's not a question for you really, but a statement is, we hear you. We hear your experience. I hope we all leave today remembering what Jackie has shared with us and the strength it has taken her to share her story with us. And I hope all of us can work together to figure out how do we make Jackie's experience better, because she's going to carry this with her, right? How do we help this brave young woman and all the others just like her change their story, make it a positive? And I really applaud you for doing so well in school and focusing on that, for having the conviction to continue your education, which will be a big part of your healing and your ability to move forward and create abundance and safety and love in your life. I think you are an amazing individual. So with that, I would just like to ask you, you mentioned seven siblings and you're the middle child, right? Are you able to have contact with your siblings?
I'm able to have contact with the one that's currently still in foster care. The two little ones, I'm not allowed to have contact with. And the three older ones, I'm allowed to have contact with them, but they refuse to have contact with me because I am still in custody.
I see. And are you technically considered a runaway right now?
Yes, I am.
And is that, in your determination, is that why the caseworker or caseworkers aren't actively working with you and the people that you're with currently?
No, because there's been other situations where I've ran to different family members and they've let me stay there. Or if I've ran to friends, they've let me stay there.
Okay, and if you had one ask right now, as a 17-year-old young woman, what would your one ask be that would help you in your situation?
Honestly, I would just ask if I could just stay with this family because they really do care about me and love me.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. And you have a pretty influential lady sitting right next to you. And Dawn, if you would please follow up with me, but work with Jackie and the adults that love her and are caring for her, and make sure that if it's possible with her request, that happens. And to think that you have two adults that love you and want you to be a permanent part of their family, we should be working as quickly as possible to make that a reality for her and for them. Senators, do any of you have questions that you would like to ask Jeff? Senator Geiger?
Madam Chair, thank you. Don, thank you for helping her through this. Just first off, I only have daughters. The system, we the state, our governor has harmed you. And I'm so sorry that we've not upheld our part to protect you as a child. It really bothers me because I only have daughters. You should never be put in a situation, some of the information that we have, what's happened to you in CYFD is appalling. It's hard to listen to. It's hard to see you, and I try not to cry. But you're a real person. We have real value to you. You're wanting to go back and help the kids that are going through the same situation you are. You're stronger and better than I am because you care. You care for them. And I appreciate that. You're 17. You've already graduated. At what time do you turn out time out from CYFD? At what point is it at 18 that you're your own person? I will be praying for you for this next year because you're going to make a difference in this state and you're going to help so many kids that are in the same situation as you are that you will never be forgotten. I hope that we, or you would allow us to see what you do as you go forward. The testimony, and I apologize, I'm old and I've got hearing aids and I had to really lean in to listen, but your words are valuable. I think you should start thinking through about writing what you've gone through so people can learn from you, from not this year, not next year, but for the rest of your life. Because you survived a system that we failed. We, the state of New Mexico, put you in a situation that no child should have to be in. And I will apologize to you from the bottom of my heart. I'm looking forward to hearing good things about you. I think you're incredible. I could not graduate a year ahead in high school. I don't think that I had the wherewithal to do that. But I'm so proud of you just to hear who you are and what you want to do going forward. I don't have a question for you, but I have a lot of compassion for you. And I do not think I will ever be the same just hearing your story. And I will be praying for you, and God bless you, and we look forward to good things. Madam Chair, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gallegos, and please don't apologize for being emotional with an emotional topic. Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just echo what Senator Gallegos said. And I think we do have to apologize to you. And I'm sorry. I want to thank the two adults who are taking care of you. What are their names? Their first names.
Matthew
Can you speak into the mic, because my hearing's bad too.
Matthew and Marianne.
Matthew and who?
Marianne.
Matthew and Marianne. So I hope they're watching, because I know they're very, very proud of you, as we all are in this room. You mentioned a lady named Darlene Gomez. I've come to know Darlene, and she's a special lady. She's a pain in the butt. She's a very special lady with an incredible heart, and I would ask you to keep that relationship going, because that woman will just do anything for anybody. She has donated her time to finding people and to helping others, and for her to do this for you as well. You are very, very lucky. Let me just say that you are very valuable. You're beautiful, smart, you're courageous, graduated a year early from high school. I barely made it out of high school. I think you're going to be sitting up here someday and doing a lot of great things and giving back. Because maybe the state, not maybe, I think the state has turned its back on you. But I don't see you turning your back on people to help them. You know what that is? That's character. That's integrity. And Jackie, you're gonna make mistakes. And people have harmed you, and I'm so sorry for that. I was talking to Maureen Gallegos, state rep. Very lovely lady, by the way. And she's watching. And I was texting her about this, and I know that she loves you, as people in this room love you. For me, probably like to have an over there who was in the military, but I was in Afghanistan, and it was tough going over there on some of those humanitarian missions. I got to organize and participate and see kids over there that I'll never forget what I saw. I'll never forget you. And I just got a couple quick questions for you, okay? If you don't want to answer, just say, I don't want to answer that shit. And I didn't hear some of the stuff you said, so if I repeated that, I'm sorry. Did you tell me your caseworker is not helping you get your vital documents?
Yes.
What, do we know why, Don?
We do not yet, but we will.
You'll find that out? Okay, so Jackie, we're gonna fix that for you today. Can you tell me why your caseworker, did you say he or she won't allow you to go to driver's ed?
She keeps refusing to put me into driver's ed.
Don, why would she do that?
We are going to work together to get answers to, I was just fortunate enough to meet Jackie
I know.
today, but we will be working on these things and I will follow up.
Don's gonna help you, we're gonna figure that out, we're gonna fix that today. How many schools have you been in, Jackie?
For my 9th grade, I was in over 50 schools, and I was just for 9th grade. for 10th grade, they refused to put me into school for the first part of it. And then I finally went into online schooling for the second part of it.
50 schools you've been to, and that was only in 9th grade?
Yes.
How about from kindergarten on, how many schools?
From kindergarten on, I was only in 4 schools.
In 4 schools before 9th grade?
Yes.
Do you feel safe and loved from Matthew? Is it Marianne?
Yes, I do.
You do? How long have you been there?
I've been there since in November.
Since November?
Yes.
You like it there?
Yes, I do.
Why do you feel loved there?
Because I actually feel heard and seen. Whenever I have an issue, they're always there to help me.
One of the things that you said was, I think you used the word stability, and there's been no stability in your life. And you're sitting here, and you're a strong young woman. You know that, right? With everything you've been through. I don't know how you've done it. I couldn't do it. I got a ton of issues, man. I couldn't do I couldn't do it, what you've gone through. And I hope that we can help, because there's been too much failure in your life. That's not your fault. And there's got to be a better way to help you and the hundreds or thousands of children in New Mexico like you, or those that are going to be going through the system like you. We can't have this anymore. We can't have any more Jackies. And I mean that in a good way. I want to wish you a happy birthday.
Yes.
Madam Chair, maybe we could sing happy birthday to Jackie in front of everybody.
Reading my mind, let's do it.
All right.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jackie. Happy birthday to you.
There you go. And I'll just tell Dawn, if there's anything, Dawn, that I can do personally, I think, and all of us up here would do whatever we can do to help her out. We gotta stop having more Jackies in the system. I don't know what the solution is, Madam Chair, but the solution is not the status quo. So, Jackie, we love you. Thank you for being you.
Thank you, Senator, and I will just answer part of your question to me, which is part of the solution is right here, which the AG and his team spent countless hours digging into all the stories and more that we have not heard into Jackie's type of experience. There's so many failures, but with failure comes opportunity. And if we can learn from failure, we can overcome it, right? We can see the movement in the positive direction. Senator Scott, Senator Wilson, would either of you like to speak? Senator Scott.
Madam Chair, Jackie, I have no words. I just don't. This is such an epic failure of this agency. The state of New Mexico has done you a horrible disservice. And I hope that we can do better for the young children coming up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wilson?
Madam Chair, thank you. Very similar, and the words of the other senators at this table are very heartfelt, and we share those. I want to share with you that you're a great inspiration, and you're already successful, and keep up the good work. I think the most powerful words that's been said here today is when you said you know you are loved, you are heard, and you are seen. So I'm glad you got to a point in life where you can wholeheartedly and heartfelt say that, and so we can celebrate that. And just like the others have said, we're here to help you, and thank you because we know you represent so much more than what just your story is. So thank you, and thank you for inspiring us today.
Thank you. Okay, that was a big one, wasn't it? I see the energy in the room has shifted, and I appreciate all of you being here, and your faces say a lot. So our next presenter is Marin Lee, attorney. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. And if you would please introduce yourself and, well, now, okay, colleagues are returning.
Okay.
They'll be right back in the room, but please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. That was very hard to hear and very hard to sit through. And I was sitting next to a colleague, and we were sort of discussing quietly back and forth that unfortunately we hear this all the time. So my name is Marin Lee. I am an attorney here in Albuquerque, and I do child welfare law, among other things. But I have been doing child welfare law for a very long time. In dog years, it seems like an extremely long time. I would first like to say thank you for doing this. We, as practitioners, live in an echo chamber. We hear the same thought, the same drumbeat, the same ideas over and over again. So to have outside voices come and talk to the people who we elect to lead is refreshing. So I want to thank you for that. And I don't know, do you want me to continue on?
It's
Okay.
your time.
Okay.
We'll go one by one.
No, we're good, we're good. So the echo chamber that we have is creating what you just saw. I'm gonna take a different tact than most people are gonna take. We have to stop blaming CYFD for everything. CYFD is doing what CYFD does. It is a bureaucratic governmental program that is involving themselves in people's private lives. We've decided as a society that we are going to intervene. I think Secretary Jacobson said this, we treat the good guys and the bad guys the same. We've decided as a government to intervene in the most sacrosanct relationship that you can imagine, a parent and their child. And we do that because children are so extremely vulnerable. I don't know why we're surprised when a governmental entity doesn't get it right. So I would really like to shift the focus and remove the echo chamber of it's all CYFD's fault. Because frankly, it's not. It is the system's fault. Who's the system? The system are the legislators, the judges, the agency, the attorneys. We're the system. And we keep doing the exact same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. I read the AG's report with great interest. I was actually interviewed for the AG's report. And I appreciate what he has done and what he thinks we need to do moving forward. They're great, these ideas, but how do we implement them? When I read it, it's more training and more training and more training. So that's great, absolutely. I think also they say, let's get somebody at the top that understands child welfare law. Well, I'll just say this. We've had 2 secretaries under 2 different administrations that were child welfare experts, and they did horrifically. So, we keep trying to fix around the edges what we don't know. The only way we're gonna fix the system, and I will die on this hill, is you have to open it up. We have to have, sunshine as the best disinfectant. So we can stop blaming an agency that can hide under multiple layers that we don't know. I'm gonna answer your question, why doesn't a 17-year-old have provided documents? Because it stays with the guardian, because they get lost. So, but the question really to ask is why isn't the guardian enrolling this child in school? It's not that the child should do that, that's the wrong question. So there's a reason behind a lot of things, but how it gets implemented often gets bastardized, for lack of a better word. So how do we know how to fix this? We have to open the system. I did provide, I believe, for you all, some of my suggestions. I think Dawn, Child Advocate Walters, stated to the young woman here, if you could have a magic wand, what would you do to change it? I started thinking about that when I heard that this was going to be put together. So I put together, I don't remember, 7 or 8 real-time legislative fix that I think would go a long way to fundamentally transforming our child welfare system in New Mexico. One of them would be to open the system, to make the presumption that all hearings are open to the public. That would be transformational, because literally what you hear going on in the courtroom, you would all be stunned. There's a recent attorney here who's from Arizona, and we were talking about a hearing we had had. And he said, that never would have happened in Arizona because the hearings are open. Because you get into this situation where you almost start mirroring the family dynamic that we're trying to solve. The second thing I think that would see is that absolutely reunification has become the gold standard for New Mexico. And I've been thinking about this a lot because it was, I think Omar Reed Varela was it 2014? New Mexico brought in a speaker, so this is how far back it goes, in 2013, right before 2014, 2013, where the premise was, I would rather have a couple of dead children in their homes than foster children taken out of their homes needlessly. That was the premise, and I think that is where it sort of blossomed to family reunification at all cost. And so shortly, and the reason I remember that date is because when Omar Reed Varela happened, I tracked down that speaker and I sent him an article about the death, because he got his wish. And then, of course, they started taking a lot of children in care, the system got overwhelmed, and then we started seeing sort of these cracks in the system. I think that, there was so much that went on. We have burnout with people because we're all in the same little group. And if you dare to have a differing of opinion, you're treated very poorly. So it's not even workers. So Mr. Sena talking about whistleblowers, it happens on all levels. If you're not in lockstep with the idea of reunification, you are silenced. Also in the system, I should say, the legislature approved the Office of Family Representation and Advocacy. And I would say to the legislature that you need to look at that really critically and whether or not it has helped or harmed the system. The pathway to hell is paved with great ideas, but the actual implementation of that agency, I think, has really hurt the legal advocacy for children. You are, again, I don't understand how anyone doesn't see a conflict of interest that one agency houses both the guardian ad litem and the parent's attorney, and they answer to the same supervisor. That is an absolute conflict of interest, and no one can tell me how they keep them separate. So that's also what you're seeing. You're seeing a lot of guardian ad litems who are being silenced if they're going against family reunification. I have so much more, but I feel like I'm a little bit rambling, and thank you.
You definitely were not rambling. You hit some really critical points, and my one big question for you would be, are you in favor of abolishing OFRA? I think you somewhat answered it, but if you want to speak a little bit more to OFRA, that'd be great.
Well, I do think that the intent was there. I think the intent, absolutely, we need to raise the level of practice. The people who do child welfare law, it's a highly specialized group of people. Ms. Walters, when she came into town, was just a breath of fresh air because she actually understood it. I do see a lot of really well-meaning individuals that want to do this law. But also on the flip side, you have a lot of people that, frankly, it's where lawyers go to die. If you want to retire or you don't want to work in a firm, you know, it's sort of like a hobby practice for them. So I understand why OFRA was done in that respect. We do need to raise the level of practice. I think if you open the system, you'll be able to see where the cracks are in that. I do think that the guardian ad litems should be carved out of OFRA, and they should be put back with the administrative office of the court. They are an arm of the court. They're different. They are very different. Our roles are very different. We are to zealously advocate for the best interest of the children and with the eyes and ears of the court. So having, and respondents absolutely need great attorneys. They need to be able to test the system so that the good people don't get swept up with the bad people. We need good respondent attorneys too. And I think, frankly, OFRA is set up for that. You know, I was listening to the young woman speak, and Jackie speak, and she said, you know, that she wants to come back and help. That's wonderful. Do you know what happens right now? Parents come in, they get peer counselors, they get an entire team around them. Children don't. OFRA has not set up anything to have children have peer counselors like Jackie. The shift is to the parents when it should be to the children. So, should OFRA be disbanded? Probably not, but I think guardian ad litem should be removed back to the Office of Administration, AOC.
Thank you, and that's really interesting, and definitely with the conflict of interest, something should be done. And your point that you just made, that there's basically an army of support for the parent, but not an army of support for the child, is a glaring gap in how the system currently functions. So thank you for that. Senators, do any of you have questions? Okay.
Well, can I make one more point about caseloads? Just about caseloads.
Oh, sure.
Remember, this idea that caseloads, you know, have to be 14. So again, that's an easy metric to track. But if you have a caseload, one case could have 6 kids. So you have a worker running around doing 6, you know, student-teacher conferences. You have a worker that has to take 6 kids, and then another case could have 1 kid. So when you look, you need to count the numbers of children that the caseworker and or the guardian ad litem and or, well, the respondents are different because there's usually only 1 parent. So it's not caseload, it's human life is how I would look at it.
Thank you for that distinction, and it's an important one. I really appreciate you being here. Next, as a presenter, we have Dr. Melissa Moyer. Could you introduce yourself and let us know what you have for us?
Sure. So my name is Melissa Moyer, and I'm currently the MSW Program Director out at Eastern New Mexico University. We have the only Children, Youth, and Families specialized curriculum for social workers in the state. Alongside of that, I also came from practice in the department for over 10 years, beginning as an investigator and exiting as a county office manager. I actually worked for Secretary Jacobson. So I can speak to the culture that she talked about and cultivated at the agency back in the day. I was contacted by the Attorney General's office to assist in reviewing cases when they came across my name as well, in expert case review and child welfare practice in New Mexico. So I did contribute to that report. I'm here today to talk with you a little bit about some of the recommendations I made in the AG's report, as well as maybe direction and considerations to take when considering legislative action moving forward. Thank you. I did create I am a teacher by trade, so slides help me. But basically, we can go to the next slide. The really important thing about the AG's report is that these case reviews highlight a greater need beyond individual cases that you see in the report. They enable us to look at patterns that emerge across time, and I will tell you these are not specific to these cases. I have reviewed cases for years, and what this report highlighted exists, but the bigger thing to look at is that yes, these cases are upsetting, they are tragic, but we can learn from these and the agency can grow in a positive direction from that. We can take these challenges and we can come up with solutions. We just have to really consider, as I think Maren really talked about, the unintended consequences of really well-meaning or well-intended action. So moving on to the next slide, I decided to focus just quickly on 5 major themes. The agency is really big on SDM tools. I'm sure you're all very familiar with safety assessments, risk assessments. But the agency needs support in strengthening the system's decision-making. Safety tools, risk assessments, these things they are not comprehensive in nature, they are not consistently executed or integrated into their decision-making as it sits. So then this critical information, workers are either not trained or supported in gathering it correctly or then applying it in the right way. These SDM tools have they've almost put blinders on caseworkers in the field. They go to these specific 16 things for safety and risk, and then many struggle to look critically outside of those things. So the agency definitely needs support for safety assessment practices. And I know we all hear the word training and we go, ugh. What's really unfortunate is that the agency has taken a model where more is better. And they are, when I speak to students who are practicing at CYFD, colleagues I still keep in touch with, they are inundated with training at a ridiculous level. And it's so watered down, it's now ineffective. And so it's really looking at advancing that training and considering things like the reliability and the validity of these efforts that they're executing. They are not evaluating whether practice standards are improving as a result. A glaring absence was supervisory involvement in the decision-making tool for support of their staff. As Evan spoke earlier, I carried this many, the senior carried this many, and our supervisor had a massive caseload. A supervisor also carrying a caseload is no longer functioning as a supervisor in their role. And that's a significant issue. You no longer have a supervisor, you have a coworker. Of course, multidisciplinary review of high-risk cases. This has existed for quite a while within the agency, and this is something that really needs a closer look. The agency has a lot of really great procedures in place, things that they set themselves up to almost not be able to meet and then really document the failure to meet those things. High-level cases do receive a lot of, or on paper, they should receive a lot of oversight at this point. And so it's also a matter of looking at the procedures that are in place and just like the training, weeding it out. What is really working? What is being effective? Moving forward, investing in supervision is a huge thing within the agency. We should not be at a point of promoting because you're in a seat for the longest in the room. It's exceptionally troubling to me to hear that a long time, a seasoned worker at the agency is now considered anyone that's made it over 3 years. When I was at the agency just 10 years ago, I was supervised by men and women who had been there decades. I received mentorship. The agency invested in me. I was trained extensively and I was groomed for a higher level of supervision by the agency. Some of the best supervisory training I've received since leaving the agency, I received there at CYFD. Because of the lack of supervision, strength oversight training, complex cases are not receiving that elevated review, and they were not, as I said, carrying a caseload themselves. They were not positioned to be able to supervise their staff. Of course, supervisor to worker ratio guidance is a non-issue if you can't address the role of the supervisor themselves. And of course, I've already stated this, but the supervision model and the extensive training is super important. When we talk about building a stronger workforce, there is a conversation going around the state right now about elevating the workforce through education and requirements. The agency, I believe, in order to fill an excessive amount of vacancies, lowered educational requirements all the way down to a high school diploma with years of experience. I am not saying that individuals with lived experience do not have a wonderful breadth of investment and commitment to serving the children of our state, but I will speak to the agency. When I worked there in 2000, when I started in 2006, had one of the highest rates in recent history of social work employment. And I want to make that very clear distinction. A caseworker is not a social worker. Someone with an undergrad degree in psychology, sociology, criminal justice is not a social worker. Is a social worker infallible? Absolutely not. But the difference in that level of education is they are trained on 9 core competencies at an undergraduate and a graduate level that are specifically designed to train them to engage with clients, assess client needs, determine what best interventions fit, and then evaluate their practice. On top of that, they have different ethical professional standards. They are trained on diversity. They are trained on social justice issues, policy making, and use of evidence-based practices. Those are the 9 foundational principles of a Bachelor of Social Work Education and a Master of Social Work Education. I have an undergrad in psychology. I wasn't trained in any of that. Did I get a good degree at Eastern? Absolutely. But I went on to get my master's in social work when I went to work for the department. And how I was trained and the level of OJT that I was given as a function of my graduate, and had I had an undergrad in social work at the time, I would have received that as well. Social work students are put in the field a year at minimum at each level. And they are put in the area in which they want to practice, and they receive supervision in the field as well as supervision through their educational process. So we are different in a child welfare setting. Something I did approach CYFD with several years ago was, I'm not going to ask you to dump your workforce, but I would ask you to encourage to adopt some social work principles, work with now the 5 social work education institutions in our state to help you work with your training. Let us come in and train your team. Let us come in and support you, provide supervision, do different things, have an agency institutional partnership. Many other child welfare states around the country already do this. There are models we can use. When we go through and we talk about accountability through continuous improvement, I loved hearing Secretary Jacobson talk about this. While I was there at the state, they developed real-time data analysis and monitoring. They have it available. They can share it. They know how many cases behind every caseworker is in the blink of an eye. They can tell you what average caseloads are. They can tell you length of time in care. They can do all of those things. And I think we can do a better job in sharing that with our community and then using it
right? Putting that to work. And then the final theme, and I apologize, I know we're over time, I just want to make sure. And we have heard about this today, is strengthening families before they're in crisis. CYFD is a reactive tool. It is not a preventative measure, and they are there when the families are already, when the house is already on fire. And so what we can look at is access to key services to impact the social determinants of health. We have a lot of grassroots movements going on around our state. You may have heard of them. 100% Bernalillo is county funded. We have 100% initiatives, and what they do is they go around and they assess how can a family, how can Mexicans access things like food, transportation to the services they need, medical, dental care, mental health care, child care, those types of efforts. How effective is what we're doing, and what avenues can we do to improve those things? I think another option as well is expanding. I think you would have to rebrand, but expanding CYFD's efforts for a preventative arm. Because when I was a new caseworker, we were trained at the time, the more times we come in and touch a family, statistically, the more likely it is for their children to enter care. We knew that. Every time I knocked on your door with each investigation, the risk for your child coming into care increased. And families are aware of that, and they're very fearful of CYFD. But CYFD already attempts to connect families to services in the community. But as Secretary described and others today, their right or their ability to oversee that family's follow-through ends with the case closure. So I think there are absolutely legislative opportunities to improve the child welfare system. I welcome this discussion. I'm super excited for it and love your level of interest. And I just want to make it known and make myself available at any time. I'm easy to find. I'm in the eastern corner of the state, and I would be happy to entertain conversations about this and collaborate in any way. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Gwen Perea-Wong, did I say that right?
Perfect. It's like a-
Yes.
Thank you. Are you the chair, Madam Chair?
I am, yes.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, senators, and members of this task force. It's great to be with you. Thanks for your work on this task force. I was thrilled to hear about it and your commitment to this. It's a serious issue for the state. I'm going to ask for some help here, if you don't mind. If someone would pass out a slide deck. Thank you. Right next to you. Thank you, Dr. Hoyer. Thank you. And I have extra copies in case there's anyone else in the audience that would like a copy of the slide deck. Thank Dennis.
Of course.
So Madam Chair, my last name is pronounced like a Christmas ornament.
Oh, okay, thank
It's fairly easy, actually. It sounds like you have all had a fantastic morning with a lot of insight, of very expertise. Just sitting here at the last moment was great. So I'm going to give you a slightly different lens on the needs of children in the state of New Mexico. And this is a program, a pilot that we are leading at the Los Alamos National Laboratory Foundation. So I'm going to give you a little bit of history. So the first slide is actually about the need. And this is really focused on children who are being taken care of by grandparents or kin. So we call this kinship caregiving, and you might have heard of it already this morning. It's a pretty interesting phenomena in New Mexico. We are one of the states that has the highest rate of kinship caregiving, and that's even without full representation of the data, because often in this space you don't have grandparents who actually acknowledge or report that they're taking care of their grandchildren. It happens naturally. It's part of us in terms of our traditions and what we hold deep and sacred in terms of family, particularly in New Mexico, but certainly across our nation, actually. This first slide gives you some stats, some data around the highest percentage of children in kinship care. We're about 8%, but that waiver, sometimes it can go up to 11, 12%. We're not exactly sure. This was the latest research, which actually is a couple years old at this point. You'll also see there the New Mexico counties with the highest counts of overdose deaths. Bernalillo, Santa Fe, Doña Ana, Sandoval, and Villarriba. And there's certainly a correlation there. I won't say it's causal, but there's definitely something related, right? And then you see the grand families data right there. That's pretty important. So we've got just over almost 69,000 children living in homes where a relative is the head of the household. You've got 31,000 children being raised by kin with no parent present, and 554 children in foster care that are being raised by kin. What's important about that is that orange bubble, the 554, are the only ones that are really recognized within the foster care system, right? And there's layers to this and sort of complexity, because particularly for grandparents, but it also happens for aunts and uncles, grandparents don't necessarily report right away, right? This is sort of almost the first entry when children need to be taken care of because something's happening with the parent, and the grandparents step in, and they do so naturally. Often because they're afraid of the foster care system or the CYFD. So there's elements there of grandparents actually needing and feeling an urgency to this. You have nearly 18,000 grandparents who are responsible for grandchildren in the state of New Mexico. Again, this could be an underreporting. And for every one child raised by kin in foster care, there are 55 being raised by kin outside of foster care. I just realized I'm going to be remiss passing the slide deck to my colleagues. Sorry. Okay, the next slide is important for you all. I'd like you to just kind of glance and find your counties that you represent, senators, and you'll look at the number of grandparents that are responsible for grandchildren. Now, what's important about this slide is it's just grandparents. It's not kin. And there is an increasing number of kin, meaning aunts, uncles, cousins, raising children. And you have the highlight of New Mexico, the number of New Mexico. So what are we currently doing about this, and why is this sort of a different, out-of-the-box solution? The next slide, I'm going to start to talk about a pilot program. It's a pilot project that you, the legislature, actually led, and I'd like to recognize actually Senator Tobiassen, because it was her leadership that actually helped move this a couple of years ago, in 2025. So we proposed this pilot in partnership with a different state agency, with the Department of Aging Long-Term Services. And that was a change here, instead of working with CYFD. Particularly because we knew that in order to support grandparents, they were going to lean into trusting aging. Because there's already protective sort of caregiving services that the Department of Aging lifts up fairly well. So we wanted to lean into that state agency instead, and they were great about working with us. So we established, we proposed legislation. It was a bill with a pilot, which I think, I'm a big proponent of pilots. I think sometimes they can be a little tricky for the legislature. However, when we're really going to invest in something, you want to make sure it works, right? So this 3-year pilot program is in collaboration with the state agency, and it's designed to be a nice public-private partnership to test it out. And it does 2 things. It provides economic support to these grandparents and kin because they're not receiving the funding that they would otherwise in the foster care system. And it provides specific, strong connections to services for kinship caregivers, including legal resources. You'll see there the actual definition of a kinship caregiver as grandparents, relatives, or what we call fictive kin who are raising and supporting a child. The pilot is supposed to work in 5 to 7 New Mexico counties. I'm going to talk about that in a bit. Up to 50 caregivers per community, and it's designed to connect caregivers to monthly economic support that's provided by the private partners, philanthropy in this case, and then it connects families to services, referrals, public assistance, legal support, and other community resources. So let's talk about the role of the state agency on the next slide, and then I'm going to talk about what we do on the side of the philanthropic partners, and the success of this so far. So that New Mexico Aging Services essentially was given $4 million over the duration of the three-year pilot. And what they were supposed to do is hire navigators for each of the counties that the pilot would run in. You'll see in some of the next slides as I talk about the success of the program, 2 counties are up and running very, very well. We're struggling with the 3rd county, where the state agency has offered the position of a navigator to 2 individuals who have turned it down. So one of the things that we really, in all areas, in all sectors, whether it's child well-being, education, health, that we struggle with is capacity, right? And you're seeing it show up again here. So state agency hires navigators. They recruit and intake the kinship caregivers, provide home visits, goal setting, make referrals to appropriate services, including legal services, help establish and maintain relationships between caregivers and service providers. They connect with peer-to-peer support networks, and we actually are the backbone in providing peer-to-peer network service and community practice, which is a sort of a jargony, fancy word for helping the grandparents come together, talk through things, navigate and problem solve, get some solutions together, connect, and kinship caregivers. Providing consultation and advocacy for kinship caregivers and follow up with caregivers after referrals are provided. Case management, which you heard just very eloquently by Dr. Moyer, the actual work of case management, right, which is very logistical in nature. So, what do we do on the part of the Lano Foundation? We organize the philanthropic dollars that then turn into social assistance payments to the grandparents or kin who are raising children. In the foster care system, funding ranges between, I think it's 500 to 900, somewhere between that space, right? That goes to the foster care families depending on the need and the age and all the demographics, the certain particular characteristics of the children that are under the care of the foster families. These families, the grandparents and kin who are raising children aren't receiving funding, right? So what we felt in the space of philanthropy is how can we support the state in trying this out? We're providing that social assistance payment. So through our foundational dollars, we're providing grant money, we're providing social assistance payments every single month to the grandparents and kin, every single month. And it's $500, which is not that much. It's not as much as what you would actually get within the system, but it's a trial to see if this is making an impact and in what way we can actually help those grandparents and kin. So they receive $500 a month. You can see here the progression as it started this year. So the pilot just started this year. These are the 2 counties where it's been, we've started fairly successfully. It's the Lano Foundation in partnership with Ancorum Foundation, which is a health foundation in New Mexico, as well as a group of funders who are committed to Taos County, but we have yet to hire a navigator in part of the state agency to support Taos. We think that will happen this month. We have our fingers crossed. So we're fully operational in Rio Arriba, which incidentally is the county where we see significant need in what we're funding on the part of the Lano Foundation. In Quorum, our philanthropic partners are funding San Juan, but we also see a significant need in San Juan because we saw the impact of energy, change in energy, right, and closure of industry there, and parents moving and leaving children, grandparents, right? So there's sort of an interesting phenomenon that was happening in San Juan and definite need there. But it's everywhere. It's all across the state. You'll see on the next slide sort of the stats around social assistance payments year to date. That's of this month in August. Total amount of funding that's gone out on our part to provide these social assistance payments to grandparents and kin. And then on the next slide, I think it's important for you to see some of the demographics. I would be remiss if I didn't note that particularly what the Lionel Foundation does is connect with and support tribal communities, because there is significant need in our tribal communities, and often the grandparents and kin are taking care of children in these communities, in the pueblos. So we service all 18 tribal communities across the state, even though our focus is generally regionally northern New Mexico. But you'll see there the demographics of the families for Rio Arriba County and San Juan County. I think it's important for you to note that in San Juan County, the families, 23 of them are Navajo, 3 are other, 1 is Kiowa, or 1 is white. You'll see the age groups of the actual kinship caregivers. I think that's actually also fascinating, because you'll see that in Rio Arriba, there are very young people, in some cases siblings, who are taking care of their younger siblings, right? Between the ages of 21 and 34, or young aunts and uncles. It's also interesting to see that you have above the age of 65. In a few cases, we have great-grandparents who are taking care of their great-grandchildren. You can see the relationship on the following slide, the age and relation of children that are impacted by county, the ages of children. Another important thing to note, one of the things that's been interesting in this work is to see that our initial perception, I'll say assumption maybe, was that this was going to be a phenomenon in early childhood, or the earlier child years, right, between the ages of 0 to even 8. But actually, one of the biggest impacts for grandparents and kin, grandparents in particular raising their grandchildren, is older children, middle school, high school, and the struggle there and the need for help for those grandparents as they're sort of coming up against social media and the internet and homework issues and the demand in terms of children wanting to do sports and activities and all of those things. So we see increased need, particularly in that space. So you'll see sort of that range of ages in that area and the relationship of these kinship caregivers. The last slide is some of what we're starting to see as we look at trend data. What's important about this pilot for you senators is that we have a robust evaluation that's attached to it. We didn't want to start this without an evaluation at the onset. I think that's really important for any legislative investment. So we have our own researcher that's attached to this. We hired a third-party researcher so that we can support the state agency, not just rely on them to do this work. We take data every single month from the kinship caregivers. We at the intake, we have a ton of data that's asked in terms of what are the demographics, as you're seeing in this report. So with this monthly social assistance payment that's going out, these are the top uses: food and groceries, transportation, clothing, utilities, and bills. And you'll see sort of the open-ended highlights there, stipend helping with gas to get kids to and from doctor's appointments. The stipend made it possible to go to Espanola to see my granddaughter in the spelling bee, and she ended up winning. This grandparent would have not otherwise gone. My father's very ill, coming home on hospice tomorrow, and I've missed a lot of work. Stipend helped us in meeting our monthly needs. I'm very happy to be in this program. It's a phenomenon to be able to help grandparents and kin who are struggling to make the ends meet, and in the case of grandparents in particular, often on fixed income, and in addition, dealing with the issues that happen as you age. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you all very much, and I'll just remind the senators, we're over time, and that's my responsibility as the chair, so if we could be succinct in our questioning, and if we could be somewhat brief in our answers, but I do want to respect all of your time and get through this. So I know we didn't ask questions yet of Dr. Moyer as well, so any senators want to start off with questions? Okay, Senator Block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk about the children's court attorneys, probably for you, Ms. Lee, and thank you for being here, by the way. Very appreciated your comments, all of you. But I just want to ask you for a time. The children's court attorneys, do you favor them moving to the Attorney General's office versus CYFD?
Madam Chair, Senator Block, yes. And I believe I provided a sort of an outline of how I would see that happening. I think it's important to know that New Mexico is one of a handful of cases or states that have embedded children's court attorneys within the agency. So you end up with a little bit of the tail wagging the dog. I know Nevada, for example, I can think of some others off the top of my head where I wasn't expecting that question particularly, where the attorneys are assigned either to an AG's office, a DA's office. There's very different sort of programs out there, but it's very difficult when your client is asking you to do something that is not necessarily in concert with the law, because you have to do, as an attorney, you answer to your client. So yes, I would very much think that we need to look at that. I talked with this child advocate, Ms. Walters, about this. She has a little bit of a different opinion because of the specialized training you really do need in children's law, but I think that could be addressed by having a subsection, much like what she is in the AG's office, another subsection of highly specialized, not just AGs, but children court attorneys.
So I'll just ask you lastly here is, if that did happen, what do you think is the effect that would have in the Department of CYFD? How would it help?
Well, I think what we get wrapped around the axle, and I think that's a little bit about the echo chamber, is that, people don't stay in their lanes. The social workers should be social workers. The caseworkers should be caseworkers. We haven't even touched what CYFD has done now with removing the caseworkers for children and then the placement workers and that whole great divide that they've got going on right now. So if you have the law and the lawyers embedded in that, they actually have to sort of deal with those sort of policy decisions in that agency. I think the agency should be allowed to work with families and children, or children and families, whichever way you want to put it, and that the lawyer should be doing what the law, which is, I believe, Madam Chair, you said 12 months, that the children we're supposed to be looking at it 12 months. We have safe haven babies. Babies were come in, and they don't get adopted until they're 3 or 4 years old. So that increases caseloads. So if you had attorneys doing the attorney work as opposed to trying to help this agency that is not necessarily legally minded, they're more socially minded, I think you would get better results.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other senator have a question? Senator Wilson.
Madam Chair, ornament, does that say it? Thank you, Doctor. I know there was some discussion in Otero County with this program. I don't think it ever really come to fruition. There was concerns about just structured payments and people becoming inappropriately dependent upon a monthly stipend or whatever. But so you have 2 successful counties out of 33 in a pilot program that will soon come to an end time-wise, right? And there was some similar discussion in Santa Fe County about a different model or a different delivery. Can you update me on any of those?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Wilson. So Santa Fe County, I can talk a little bit about Otero as well, but Santa Fe County had a particular funder who was interested in just-in-time support, which is different, right, from a monthly social assistance payment. And the just-in-time support is a fund essentially that if a family or grandparent or kinship caregiver came and said, this month I have an emergency, I need funding to fix my car, right? That the funding could then be directed for that. Otherwise, right, it's not necessarily a regular payment. It's more as an emergency needed basis. So we're talking to a particular funder who's actually looking at that. If we do proceed in that fashion, which I think is exciting because it might give us a different model to actually look at, we need to talk with the state. Well, we've been in discussion with the state already, is how do we structure that so that we have good data about the two different models that's not clouding, right, the evaluation process. But that is actually, we are talking to that funder right currently and the state agency. In Otero County, we have discussed this with the funder down there, Sacramento Mountains. But yeah, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Scott, did you have a question? No? Senator Reyes? Okay, then my turn. Dr. Moyer, I just want to acknowledge what you talked about as far as supervisor versus coworker. That has really stuck with me. Someone who I've been a manager or a leader of people for my entire professional career, and there's no way that someone in a supervisor role, in a management role, can do the job of the people that they're leading. It's just completely ineffective. So that is something new for me to consider. And do you have more that you want to speak on to that? I know you went through so much information so quickly, but I think that that's a topic worth maybe a little bit more discussion if you have something to add there.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I think, you know, there's been a lot of discussion today, and I hope I don't sidebar too much on this, but there's been a lot of discussion today around culture and the appreciation of the staff and the recognition of the work they're doing is exceptionally difficult. And they're a little bit, they are in a pressure cooker situation. They're being asked to do a lot with a little, and then our solution is to give them more money and do different things. But when we talk about specifically the importance of a supervisory relationship, it cannot be underscored enough, and yet little attention is paid to it in a child welfare setting. And to the point, for instance, I shared, you know, we develop curriculum to ready people who want to practice in the child welfare setting, and they have specific curriculum around supervision and leadership. Because you are elevated, you are expected to perform in a certain way, and people are going to look to you in these settings, and they do not have a foundation to stand on. And the agency, I think, has moved away from supporting their middle management, or their supervisors in the middle management. And I think that is such a need in the practice area right now for the agency. I think that, the other thing is quality over quantity. I don't think we need another online training and expect them to click a box, you know, and yep, I know about sexual harassment now, and keep going. I think what we need are a real investment in this group, because organizational culture and change is going to begin at the supervisor's level. It is not going to begin in the Cabinet Secretary's office. It is going to begin at that first set of mentorship. Who's going to go out into the field with you as a new worker and model what it's like to treat a family with kindness, respect, and responsiveness? And who's going to hold you accountable when you do not do that in a compassionate way that develops you professionally? And what are we doing to support those people?
Well, what's interesting is what you're talking about. I don't know if you know my background at all, but I'm a business coach.
Mm.
So I have coached thousands of businesses just around New Mexico, and I'm going to equate CYFD to the average business, which this is an opportunity for almost every operational model that I've ever seen, because without pouring in and developing those key individuals, then what happens is if you have a gifted salesperson, usually that's the first person that's promoted to management level. But that salesperson was highly skilled in closing the sale, hunting down the sale and closing the sale, not necessarily managed and developed into a management and leadership role. It's the same thing that I'm hearing with teachers around the state. We have incredibly gifted teachers, and so often those gifted teachers that should be in the classroom are promoted up into administration and doing all sorts of things they were never developed to do. Not that they're not capable or willing, but then we're missing the step, right? So you're speaking to something that I think is universal in operations, but in this operation in particular in CYFD, we do have to put a lot more attention into it. So I applaud you for what you're putting together and for recognizing that piece. You also talked about evidence-based practices. Another trigger. So sitting on Senate Finance, we talk about this every session because this agency fails to draw down all the federal funds available because year after year after year, they do not put forward an evidence-based plan which is required by the federal government in order to draw down those dollars. So we are missing millions of dollars. So then the agency will come and tell us, Senate Finance, you're not funding us in the budget. And we're like, yes, we are. If you had evidence-based practices and put those plans in place and sent them to the federal government, you'd have an abundance of money. And when we look at the turnover of caseworkers, just if we look at 2024 with 100% turnover in the staff, there's no way that they were even using the portion of the budget, the line item that we drew out for them to use for caseworkers, for employment. So it's a slippery slope, and evidence-based practices are critical. What does that mean for the general public listening? And then I want your feedback on this. Evidence-based means other people have done it or studied it, and it's proven to be effective. That's evidence-based. It's super simple. So would you speak to that for us, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to recognize that when we go for funding and we look for avenues to support our efforts, what we really come with is an assessment of practice and program, right? And that assessment or program evaluation can have evidence-based practice embedded in it because that gives us the information that we need to demonstrate a need or lack thereof. I can't speak as to the current culture of the agency on this setting, but if you're operating in a crisis mode, so often I can tell you, give me more staff, or give me more funding, or give me this, and if you say to me, yes, but demonstrate the need, I will look at you in crisis and go, look, I have this many vacancies, there's my need. And I think what the agency could shift their mindset is to evaluating the program overall and assessing its effectiveness, because the agency, when you speak to agency staff about evidence-based practice, they will turn and talk to you about a safety assessment, or they will turn and talk to you about a specific family intervention. They are crossing their wires with these efforts, and they'll even seek funding for new evidence-based practices. And this is something I did some research on with them, is that then they go and they implement these things, and then with the change in leadership or change in focus, they abandon them a year or two in, and they introduce another new thing. So you have a lot of stops and starts, which can also result in, I don't want to say waste of funding, but maybe a lack of allocation or just a loss in the connection. And I hope that answered where you were going with that.
It does, and I appreciate that. Dr. Warren, thank you for helping us with your name there. Let's see. Okay, so you talked about the $500 a month, and if you recall, the reason why I just came out of nowhere supporting that is one of my best friends was raised by her grandparents. Mm-hmm. Without them in her life, I think she would have turned out a different human, quite frankly, and she's a phenomenal person. And I know what their struggles were in raising her, especially financially. And then a very dear friend of mine is in the school system here in New Mexico, and she tells me story after story of grandparents that come to her and they're troubled. I mean, they're barely making it, as you mentioned, before they took in their grandchild or grandchildren. And now they don't know what to do or where to turn to. So I know that $500 a month that they're getting currently is life-changing, because at least they're able to put food on the table for these kids. My question in regard to that is, I know that Title IV funding is a big topic, which I think now is called Kinship Navigators Grant, which I think that just closed Friday the 7th, if I remember right. But what are you doing in your foundation, which I applaud you for? What are you doing to create a structure where we can draw down those federal funds to help, so that you're not just relying on private donors?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. Fantastic question. I'll just first echo you in terms of the monthly stipend for grandparents in particular, which I think is slightly different from, other funding or other payments that go out, particularly because grandparents are on a fixed income, right? And you're at the point where you want to retire, or you should retire, right? And it's very difficult to work, and so it's slightly different, and I think it's essential for them, particularly as we all know the impact of inflation and needs that they're facing, their grandchildren under their care. So yeah, the Kinship Navigator Grant, the state agency is fairly aware of that, and I think was going to take the lead in that as opposed to the philanthropic side, the foundation. I would need to go back and check with Secretary Kaltenbach to see how far along, and if they did, and if that was successful, that might be something that we can follow up with you on, because the state agency is generally the one that receives the federal funding rather than a philanthropic partner. I think that on the part of philanthropy, our hope is that we can take the weight of the proof of concept for the legislature, right? And then demonstrate what's successful or not. And I think that's what's really important for you all to be able to benefit from learning from.
Thank you for that. I have one more question. Looking at your slide, let's see, what page was it where you ranked the counties?
Mm-hmm.
Where was that? Well, okay, I didn't send.
Second slide.
On that slide, I'm just curious, because I know in pure numbers, Bernalillo has the highest number of addicted parents, but does this ranking, I didn't turn on my microphone, so let me start again. So looking at this ranking by county, okay, of grandparents and percentage of grandparents with grandchildren, does that equate in any way to what we heard earlier about 84% plus of foster care children coming out of drug-addicted homes? Mm-hmm. Is there a correlation between the ranking here of grandparents raising grandchildren to a ranking of, percentage-wise, the number of addicted parents and children from those families?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I don't have an analysis that could demonstrate or definitively align a correlation, but that's why I put the statistics around overdose death by county on the very first slide, because you will see a trend in terms of not just addiction, but actually behavioral health issues. So in general, I'll list this as behavioral health issues, because when grandparents or kin step in, that is maybe the number one issue that's happening, right, for their relatives, for the children, for the parents that are the children, the grandparents, for the brothers and sisters. You also see incarceration is a big issue as well, but certainly behavioral health and addiction is number one.
Thank you, and I'm a data person, so I love this kind of stuff, because you can learn a lot. While we talked about and heard a little bit about we can overanalyze, the percentages and the numbers do say something. They do tell a story, and from a P&L perspective, that's what I help business owners do, is everyone's afraid of the P&L and the numbers, but numbers talk to action or lack of action, gaps and strengths. So I'd love to see at some point you maybe work with the agency or other agencies and have a side-by-side of percentage-wise, not numbers, but actual percentage-wise drug addiction, which now we are admitting that we have a crisis with fentanyl in our state. I mean, we've known these things, it's not gonna be news, but I'd like to see some of these things side by side so that we could draw a clear picture. And it also goes to the underlying theme that many of you have spoken about, which it's not just about the agency. It's what some of our senators have touched on today. It's also about the underlying fabric of where we are in society and what our major challenges are. Because until we address that, we also can't address the outcomes fully for these children. Because it seems to be so fully tied to our challenge with addiction. So we have to treat the whole being, if you will, right? Not just in separate silos. And I think it's really important for us to remember. I don't know if you have something you want to say on that.
No, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair. I agree.
And, well, now we have more questions, so I'm going to go to Senator Gallegos.
Madam Chair, thank you. After looking at the numbers, again, I just wanted to ask, and thank you all three for being here. Dr. Tobiassen, I love seeing you again. I did not know where you landed. Congratulations. It is good to participate with you. I do have a question though. I'm looking at the numbers, and I know other states have kids that are paid for care for the kids. Does that, I know they're provided and they're required for state licensure. I don't know if it's for the personnel itself or for the house. How does that work, and is that a barrier to us? I know that we don't have certain requirements, but have you guys looked at that, how that works as far as licensure in other states?
Madam Chair and Senator Gallegos, it's also wonderful to see you. I'm not quite sure, maybe I'd want to follow up with you offline around the type of licensure that you're thinking about. I will say that it is a complex system. So in the foster care system, kinship caregivers can apply to become foster parents, right? And there's also the distinction between guardianship and foster care, right? And all of the different levels that are therein. And that's why I think on the part of the state agency of aging, this element of hiring navigators and legal resources is really critical to be able to understand all of that complexity actually for grandparents, because often they are interested in moving all the way to adoption, which is at the very end, right? Or just guardianship, or not, because they're actually hoping with all hope that their siblings or their children get better, right? And so there is this complexity of the kinship caregivers wanting to both care for those under their care, the children in their care, and hope for and take care of those that are their relations.
Well, I appreciate that, and I guess where I was going is just thinking through New Mexico, we've got a lot of numbers of caring for the kids. If they're paid, if we have different requirements for them, for instance, I love the idea of getting them to the adoption point. That is great. Takes them off the system and puts them in a forever home. But my thing is, I'm wondering if we're putting barriers in front of them that they're having to work around as we get to that end point as far as the adoption.
Yep, Madam Chair and Senator Gallegos, that's the actual hope of the navigators, that they have the expertise to talk through how to get the entire process of what that means, and in the hope that how our social assistance payments, which come immediately as the children are just under their care, that they then can work through the system to a more state-funded process, right? So that there's a transition in that.
So the key will be the navigators. And last question, so are the navigators paid through CYFD or through LAM?
Thank you. Madam Chair and Senator Gallegos, they're paid through the Department of Aging. And so the $4 million for the pilot, exactly, is what it's coming on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just a clarification, because did not remember Department of Aging, so that's good. Thank you, all of you, thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and Senator Scott for the close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Warren, or I don't know if you can answer this question, but is all of the public assistance that would be available to parents under their circumstances, does all of that public assistance shift to the caregiver when guardianship is awarded, or under what circumstances would that occur?
Great question, Madam Chair, Senator Scott, fantastic question. So therein is also the complexity. When a grandparent assumes care of the grandchild, there's not an automatic guardianship, right? So if you're gonna enroll your grandchild in school, there's difficulty immediately because the child is not it's not under your guardianship. So part of this is help and having the navigator support the grandparent to be able to have the legal recourse. And I think probably Ms. Lee can help us with explaining actually the complexity of all of this so that the actual grandparent has guardianship and can then take responsibility both educationally and medically actually for that child. And then in that, there are spaces by which that grandparent can apply for some benefits like SNAP, right, or but it depends, it's economically driven, so it depends on the actual income of the grandparent. Incidentally, this is actually very important about this pilot. The pilot is also those 50 grandparents or kin that are raising grandchildren have to meet a threshold around the poverty level. So we had 150, 200 grandparents and kin in Rio Grande County alone who applied. So the 50 that are receiving social assistance payments are, I believe, at the 200% right poverty level.
So, Madam Chair, Ms. Warren, I mean, there are benefits that accrue to families when children come into the home. And whoever is ultimately caring for those children should be the folks receiving the benefits. Does that make sense?
Yes, Madam Chair and Senator Scott, it definitely makes sense. And I think that's the hope of the pilot, is to help draw out that complexity and understand how to best support the grandparents as soon as they step in. Because as soon as they step in, there is a crisis moment, right? And so the navigator is supposed to do that work to be able to connect them with the resources that they need.
Okay, so these navigators would actually have the knowledge, expertise to interact with state programs to get those benefits shifted over to the appropriate place. Is that?
Madam Chair and Senator Scott, exactly. That's why they are hired by the Department of Aging, by Aging Long-Term Services.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And actually, my Senate Finance cap is on, and I'm thinking of Jackie and the Jackies of New Mexico. And Ms. Lee, can you, well, I'll ask you first, are we paying guardian ad litems enough? And have we done enough to make sure that the Jackies of New Mexico have the highest quality representation and enough representation?
Madam Chair, thank you so much for that question. No, you're not paying guardian ad litems enough. The system, the way it is set up right now, is the more cases you take, the more money you make. So that is, so they overburden people. I'm going back to the Office of Family Representation and Advocacy. I truly believe that there's two separate roles for respondent attorneys and for guardian ad litems, and they're distinct. The Office of Family Representation and Advocacy believes they're fungible. So that, and also actually there's the premise of it was, in order to be a good guardian ad litem, you also have to be a respondent attorney. which I think makes no sense to me, because that's like, in order to be a good police officer, you have to be a criminal. You know, a terrible analogy, but that's my analogy I'm gonna use right now. So I will tell you, I'm actually paid more than some of my colleagues. I'll tell you, my hourly wage is $65 an hour. And the work that we do, guardian ad litems, we go to team treatment meetings, we get called on weekends, we go to school meetings, we go to med management meetings. We do all of these things so that the child has a voice. And then also there's the youth attorneys as well, because that's a whole nother thing. We have guardian ad litems, and then at age 14, you become a youth attorney. And that's a whole different ball of wax, because now you have a newly minted adult in the system, so to speak. And I use that in quotation marks. So there are other issues that come with that. Let's say that there's some run-in with juvenile probation. So you're going and helping your client. You're not representing them in the criminal matter, but you're there to support. You're trying to get CYFD to intervene. There's a lot of things you can do. So it is a lot of work. I don't believe that you can do the job effectively if you're carrying a very high caseload, because there's just not simply enough hours in the day. The other thing I will say is that I will give Bernalillo County, I can't speak for other jurisdictions, I will give the court credit in Bernalillo County. When I first started years ago doing this work, everything was oral. There were no written. Everybody did everything. You walked in on the fly, you gave your presentation orally. They are really now moving to actually have written documents, written pleadings. They are forcing the attorneys that do this work to actually litigate. I know that makes a lot of people uncomfortable, because we want to think about child welfare as sort of a kumbaya, let's all get together and work this out for these kids and these families, but it is a system, and it is an adversarial system. And so no, long answer, no, I don't think I think you would get some really great attorneys if they could actually make a living. And I'm going to say something also controversial that I've been coming to. I think the way the system is now, and I've been a guardian ad litem for more than 5 years. I think after 5 years, you should move on, because you become so jaded, and you become so, you make dumb decisions. You walk into a house and you see horrible things in a house that's a CYFD house, whether they're kin or not, and you think, I'm not going to say anything about this, because there's nowhere else to put my client. So my client will end up in the office, or my client will end up in congregate care. So you make these hops and choices. You try to make the best of bad decisions. And I think that is based on just getting ground down by the system. So.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, because we've talked about the family, the parents that have a team of support around them, the child who doesn't have a team of support, now the guardian ad litems who don't have a team of support. And I would say if it's a good guardian ad litem, I'd love to hear that they can not only make a living, but have the behavioral health services, and the ability to have the support so that they're not cycling out in 5 years, because that's also not a career, and it sounds like we need dedicated people. So $65 an hour is shocking, absolutely shocking for an attorney. And I have one more question for you, Dr. Moyer, which is, do you believe that CYFD and Medicaid should be under the same umbrella, and why?
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Do I believe that our child welfare agency and Medicaid should be under the same umbrella? I don't think I am the qualified person to answer that for you. I'd love to hear your thoughts around the question, and then maybe that would give me a little more context.
Okay, well, I think part of the challenge there is, there's talk of, do they need to be separated? Should they stay together? And Medicaid, all of these kids are on Medicaid. And who's tracking that? We've talked about, I've heard story after story of kinship guardians, foster parents, who can't even take a child to the doctor because they have no supporting documentation. They have no support. When we hear about foster parents who have no support, this is one of the critical areas that they're talking about. They don't know how to get the kid the help that they need, either from a behavioral health perspective or a medical perspective. And so if we had a system, I have people like listening, are like on fire about this topic. We have to have a system where the child is followed from, I'm gonna say what I said before, mind, body, and spirit. And if they're all separated and going in all different directions and there's no collaboration or no umbrella of oversight, how do we know? I mean, we already know the challenge with medicine and behavioral health in this state. We've got foster kids who are in definitive need. We have the Chackies. I mean, just hearing her story, what did she need with 100 placements? And how is it even possible that the foster placements can keep track of that? I mean, that's a constant cycle she just talked about. 100, I can't even conceive. Someone could do the math maybe for me. If she got in at 5 and she's 17 now.
It's almost 8. 8 placements a year.
8 placements a year, thank you so much. 8 placements a year. Who's overseeing how she gets the services she needs if those 8 placements, there's no way that that's happening fast enough for her?
So the desire would be continuity for the child, right? Continuity, oversight for that child's care. And in theory, that would be the agency, because that would be the guardian of that child, like the parents. They're all in this room right now. We know what our kids are up to, what they've been through, because we've been there. And so the thought would be in separating them, you would create a level of oversight through Medicaid. You know, I think to all of the times, like case managers, other things, through the Medicaid system and how well that system is achieving that. That was part of the, I might be going way off here, but that could be part of the issue. Like when we think about like the Kara situation, and those babies were to be assigned one constant that was with them their first 12 months of life, and we are aware of the struggles that resulted from that system. So that's why I wanted to know really where you were going with this for context. What we're looking for is continuity. In theory, I think this could be served by really addressing the continuity of care for the children within the agency itself. It's responsible. And that's my answer to your question. I don't know if that helps, but I think the system knows it has issues, it knows it has gaps, and yet it has, I don't love this word, but it has failed to set up a mechanism for continuity. They know they have turnover, they know they have these things, and yet continuity is the one thing they can, the need for continuity is the one thing they can plan for, and a strategic way to address the other things they're dealing with. And if we could help them there, that may really point to what you're trying to achieve for these kids, which is continuity for care for quality of life. I hope I didn't miss your point.
You didn't, thank you, Ms. Wood.
Madam Chair, I'm just going to pipe in right here. You know, I think one of the questions about the Jackies in the system and about the continuity in care is how come a child has been in the system since age 4 and hasn't had hasn't achieved permanency by age 17. If we actually followed what the FAFSA, the Adoption Safety Act, if we actually followed the legislation of how long a child should be in care, every custody order or adjudication order says up to 2 years, and we are seeing children in care for 6, 7, 8, 9 years. You don't have this continuity of care problem, because if the child is only in care and we achieve permanency in the time that the statute set out, you get rid of a lot of these other problems. So I think whether you, and I guess I go back to my original point, is when we're sort of manipulating the system to address these concerns, I think we need to open the system, look at the system, and then see why the system isn't working in the law.
Thank you for that, and Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll I'll just echo here quickly, the system is a black box, right? You use that analogy, and we only understand the inputs and then the outputs. And unless we do the work of actually understanding what's inside this black box, we're not gonna solve the issue. I do feel like the question that you asked was a really poignant question and gets to something else, and that is our state agencies need to have better mechanisms to work together. So I'm talking about aging here, and then we have CYFD, and then there's the healthcare authority, right? And we're not even talking about PED, right, or ACECD. And that itself is where some of the work and solutions can possibly happen.
Thank you, actually, that's a really amazing point, and what I was referring to earlier about none of these issues live in a silo. So until we, to your point, break open the box and there are actually boxes, right? And put it all together and find some way to figure out the best practices, the bigger gaps, and get everyone communicating and problem solving together. We'll be here next year asking you to come talk to us. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone that was here, here to listen and learn. And I've certainly learned a lot today. I'm speaking for my colleagues, but I know we all have. And we're so grateful for your willingness to help us in hopefully crafting some really solid solutions this coming legislative session. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.